core idea of to get into change management, to learn change management. The pillar idea is creative thinking. Now, the creative thinking, as I said, that people talk about creative thinking. You have to think out of the box. You have to be creative with thinking. So, what are those techniques where we can develop creative thinking and come out as a winner?
So, Kanchan, creative thinking, as we have been talking, and we all understand that creativity per se does not have a defined path, and we see creative people all the time being creative, and we just wonder, I mean, why could I not do this? Why I could not think about this? But then in the industrialized world that we live in this industrialized world, things have to be measured, because for any creativity to be converted into a product, into a solution, somebody needs to invest money, and somebody needs to invest in the teams who develop it, and somebody needs to build a market so that people can buy it, use it. So there are several techniques of creative thinking that is there, but I can definitely tell you whether it is 5 techniques or 10 techniques. We will fail to find out. There could be many other techniques which we don't even know the name of. But I can tell you some of them. Something like a Guilford alternative user task. So this Guilford alternative user task is basically, it tries to measure the divergent thinking of something, flexibility. It sees how flexibility do we are in our thinking, and then it rates it with 4 parameters: fluency, originality, flexibility, and elaboration, for each of those ideas that are put forth on the table. But then there are others, like they call it Wallace and Kogan creativity test, in which something that has to be, the questions are around, name the things which have wheels, name the things, whether it is a car, it's a truck, it's a train, it's a cart, it's your mind. Just think about from there and then elaborate and detail it out. If we talk about something else, which is another technique, which is called a Baron Welsh art scale, it's a very flexible kind of a training, and wherein basically it requires the respondents to read or write something that they have done in any of the languages. They are asked some kind of images, they have asked some kind of a write-ups, and then they are evaluated on that. Okay. There is another very interesting one, which actually interests me a lot, is something, a creative behavior inventory. Now, when the creative behavior inventory is nothing but a list of activities, it's accomplishments that are commonly considered to be creative. For example, if we can put a question, did you write a short story? Did you write the lyrics of a song? Did you plan and presented an original speech? Did you design and made a costume? So these kind of questions can be designed by the trainer, and then based on the answers that we receive, it can be marked as, never did this once or twice, did this 3 or 5 times, more than 5 times. So we can basically look at the creative, and from a pool of students, pool of children, college going students, or even the corporates, we can figure out which ideas have actually passed these kind of tests, so that it can go to the further next level of evaluation, because it may be going to be a global product or a national product, and it needs a lot of investment and a distribution of it. Then there is something called a Go personality scale, Torrance test of creative thinking. And these, like Torrance test, is very common one, and it is designed and it is identifies, evaluate creative potential using 2 parts. One is the verbal and one is the figural part of it. So therefore, asking, guessing questions, sequences, we come to know about what the person has thought or a team has thought. But as I told you in the beginning, these are just some of the tests. And as you have basically figured out by the names, that these are all Western techniques. And we are from India, which is known for its jugaad, right? And therefore jugaad cannot have any kind of a technique. You cannot put anything under the theory called jugaad, though people have been writing books on jugaad 2.0 and jugaad 1.0, and I hear some in some of the European businesses in school, they are teaching jugaad. But I must tell you one example or two examples that comes to my mind. Many years back, I had read somewhere in some newspaper that LG, the Korean company, South Korean companies, LG, they were doing a market survey about how their washing machines are being used, whether they are effective for the Indian homes, for the Indian clothes and the water that comes into it. And they were doing this in Punjab. And they figured out that a washing machine is being used at the roadside dhabas to make lassi.
That is very new.
And they were surprised. They never thought a dedicated washing machine is being used to prepare 200 glasses of lassi every day. And that washing machine is used dedicatedly to make lassi.
Okay.
And you know Delhi. In Delhi, you have seen some of the big auto rickshaws are having the motorbike engines. So you cannot put them into these techniques. But yes, these techniques help us understand and structure and figure out some of the ideas which could become really great. But again, out of all these techniques, I always feel many ideas will fall through after first layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, and as we go forward, and as we have known Steve Jobs of Apple as well.
Okay, so it's quite interesting, and you have quoted a quite interesting and very new kind of jugaad examples. But coming to our core subject, is that when we teach, like as we are talking that creative thinking has to be in the curriculum, and we as an educator would like to push this as a main subject, not a kind of a hobby subject. It has to be main subject. So when we teach creative thinking, so what are the parameters, and how we judge that the person is creative in their display of their result, and how we can push children to go into creative thinking, because the ultimate aim is that they should become a productive professionals and handle management.
I appreciate that you asked me this question. See, wow, I have lived in Japan for many years, and I realized when I was in Japan and I observed the children growing up there and our Indian children growing up in Japan, and I, being in Japan, I also met a lot of Chinese people, Chinese families, Korean families staying in Japan. And I realized that, and then I figured out that while the child goes to the school, they introduce learning piano in the school. And these piano learning is a graded wise, it is not a compulsory subject like a music subject, but it is a creative subject. The classification is different. In India, we have musical studies. People go and learn, Indian musical instruments. But in China, in Japan, I have seen students learning piano lessons from class 3 or 4, and they have school standards, they have city standards, they have national standards. Because if you see the piano, the keys that are there, it needs some kind of a cognitive thinking and a rhythming and threading of all of them to create a sound which is pleasure to the ears.
Right.
And So those, I mean, China, I know for the fact, China has got a great piano lesson culture among the school and college students, because they think learning a piano, playing a piano increases the thinking and the cognitive behavior of the mind thinking alike. So that is one of the way. I'm not saying piano could be really good for Indian side. There could be other things as well. And so these are something that every educator, every education framework of the nations and countries should come up with, about introducing in their countries. So as I said, jugaad, somebody really needs to look into it and bring it into the curriculum, not from the MBA level, but probably from the school level.
So it was quite interesting to talk to you today, and we got a lot of insights, and especially your jugaad formula, which will remain here. And I think the educator who will be watching this show will think about inculcating these creative techniques, and they innovate and teach their student to become a finer human beings. Thank you so much, Sitesh.
Thank you.
It was lovely talking to you. Till next time.
Thank you.
Bye
All
bye.
the best. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, Mr. Trump is arriving in India, and there has been a lot of conversation around what kind of deals that India and US will talk about. And although there has been a long sort of a stalemate situation between these two countries where the trade deals are not going through because both parties are sticking to their guns. Uh, in fact, both countries have their interests, and they are both of them are guarding their interest. For instance, the US wants India to have zero import duty on mobile devices. So obviously, it's a big deal. It's a big consumer market for mobile, and Indian government cannot allow that to happen because there is a huge mobile initiative in India, which is Make It in India, and there are more than 200 mobile manufacturing companies. So Indian government has to also ensure that the local businesses also not have any disadvantage because of the treaty with United States. So there could be other things also, and while those things will take time to sort out, and as people say in business, give some, take some. So I think that will take some time to iron out. However, there are ongoing business which India and United States can still talk about during this trip. I think one of the major item on the table is the defense deals. Right now, Russia is the India's largest ally with regard to defense, and obviously United States can also play a role there. So I think there is no stopping that kind of a deal between India and United States during this trip of Trump to India. Second thing is the issue of China supporting Pakistan with arms and armaments and other support. I think that may also come up as one of the issue. The third could be the effect of Taliban, specifically when United States forces will be withdrawing this year from Afghanistan. So what Taliban will do and how to counter that threat or how to control them, that could be the third issue. So there could be items to discuss which are of the bilateral nature, the treaties to made, and sign off. Just before the trip, there was a big chopper deal between India and United States, where the chopper deal was signed up. So, like that, there could be 4 to 5 new agreements that can come out after this trip of Trump to India. And while we look at a bigger deal in future once the issues are ironed out. I think one of the major deal that can also come through in this trip is the nuclear reactor deal, because India wants to buy a few nuclear reactors and the United States can provide. So I think he is landing today in India, and I think there is a huge program gala celebration being planned called Namaste Trump, and we all look forward to seeing that gala event. As always, I will see you tomorrow again with more news. Bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, welcoming you all on Top Brass Spotlight. And today on Spotlight, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the CEO of Single Point Solution, a very specialized, innovation-driven company which is producing systems and solutions end to end for electric vehicle charging, and they are helping the new budding entrepreneurs to set up the EV charge station across India, across the world. Satya is also one of the top voices which is known in the startup fraternity globally. So without further ado, let me welcome Satya to the show.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. So, good morning.
Yes, Satya. In fact, you belong to a very special community which is pioneering the new wave of innovation. And as we know that we are under lockdown and we do not know the end date of COVID-19 to end. And I think what work your company and yourself in terms of innovation that you're bringing to the world is very, very remarkable. So why don't you talk about the EV charge solution that your company has developed, and now you're looking to market it?
Yep. Yeah, Chandra. So it's nice talking to you. On this technology. So basically, we as a single point solutions, we are providing a total EV ecosystem. Like ecosystem means actually we are providing A to Z solutions. In our A to Z solutions, we are providing hardware to till software. So in a software also, actually, we are providing a software for our OEMs, and we are providing a software for our users, and we are providing some sort of some sort of embedded programming system hardware. So when it comes to EV ecosystem, we divide it into few parts. So when it comes to hardware part, so we develop a hardware. So we develop a hardware, and hardware components will sit in a charger. So which supports to communicate the EV charger to cloud. So That means by using this technology, so we can maintain the charger. We can maintain the charger in a remotely, and wherein actually the administrator can control the charger from his dashboard. So that is one part. When it comes to registration, so admin can register the charge points in a backend system. So the backend system will carry all the charging informations, charging station informations, and in a charging stations actually there is a connector information, and in a connector information there is a QR codes and payment details, wherein actually administrator can monitor so the payment part, and the he can control, he can specify the cost of the unit charge on on that particular location. Say for example, if you take in a Noida, so Noida is the price is different from Delhi. So say for example in a Noida, depends on that electrical board. So they specify per unit how much it is, and in a Delhi it is different from that. So they can control those things in a backend system. So we are providing another thing is we are providing a mobile application for a user, wherein actually mobile application comes to user when he downloads, just he needs to register, and when he register that actually our mobile application will show them the nearest charging points. So we administrator can specify that it's a, if it is a 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers what it is, so he can find out the charging stations, and when he clicks on the charging station, he can find out what is the chargers available in that particular charging station, and what is the price of that charging per unit. All these things will come into the mobile application. Now, so for this actually we use the OCPP protocol, and we are taking some EVCC technology, wherein by using this OCP protocol, actually we connect to the charging stations, and we'll get the information from the charging station, how much it is run, and today how much business happened by using the charging station, and those information we'll get through OCPP server. So OCPP means it's a open charge point protocol. So by using that protocol, we'll get the information from the charger. And when it comes to EVCC, actually it is some battery management system which sits in a car, wherein actually it gets the information from the car, and what is the battery, how much it requires to charge, and what is the battery health, and how much it is consumed so far, and what it requires further. So all sort of information we'll get by using that EVCC. And when it comes to mobile application, so the mobile application is developed on a native platform. So the mobile application, when it when the user when the user when he wants to charge his car, so he needs to find out which distance the charge point is, and he the mobile application will route that by using a Google Maps, routes to the charging station, and when he goes there, then just he needs to open his mobile application and scan the QR code, and it redirects to payment part. And in a payment part, actually we are specified 3 items. One is a cash payment, and bank payment, and time base and full charge base, something like that. So when he says okay cash payment, just he needs to enter the cash, and it redirects to like a payment gateway. So he needs to pay the amount, and he can start charging by using a mobile application itself. It doesn't require any human interaction to charge his car. So sometimes actually charging stations used to be in a remote areas. So the infra companies who is maintaining the charging station, they don't need to maintain any people to collect the money, or to charge the car, or to maintain the charging station, all this stuff. So this sort of technology we are providing. And we are implemented in some places. We are succeeded, and actually, we wanted to come into this domestic charging and and what do you call, like, um, this big chargers, so which can be installed roadside. So we are providing A to Z solutions. That means actually, from charging station installation to till cloud maintenance.
So
So
if I
this sort of,
Yes,
yeah.
Satya. So if I understand this as a layman, your company, which is single point solution, is
Mm-hmm.
providing a end-to-end solution to
Yeah.
somebody who wants to invest and set up a business around charge points. So
Yes.
is that correct? My understanding is correct.
Yes. 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 Correct. Correct.
And
Correct.
for enabling that business, you have end-to-end life cycle of this whole business, starting from hardware to monitoring to consumer base, a
Yeah.
lot of analytics,
Mm.
and also the customer database. So entire solution is available from your company, which is single point solution.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So I have this
So
one question right now before we get
yeah.
on to the second phase of our discussion. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so this is a solution which is used by a business who sets up a charge point. Now it could be a coffee shop, it could be a charge point station, or it could be a parking lot, or it could be just a provision store who's providing one-off car charge solution.
Yep.
Is your solution also available for individuals for home purpose? Is it scaled down for a home purpose as well?
Yeah. Right now we are working with some OEMs who is manufacturing the electrical cars. So we are providing a domestic charges for them, wherein actually the person who buy this electrical car, so they will get a charger. So where we call them as a domestic chargers. So by using the domestic chargers, any plug can be used to charge their car. So that means actually, with the 200, to 260 watts or 150 watts plug can support to that, can support the charging charger which we provided. So where we called it as a domestic charger. So we are providing those chargers also to OEMs, wherein actually even individual person can directly buy from our store. So where we are coming up with the store with some electrical chargers, electrical charger store it is. So where they can buy the components from the store also. But we are giving some warranties to OEMs. So when you buy a car from Tata or Suzuki or Ford, so they will come up with the domestic charger. So that charger is developed by us, and which can be controlled by using your mobile phone. So the charger will communicate with your mobile by Bluetooth technology, wherein actually anywhere if you are connected to this internet, so you can control the charger. So that means actually how much time, like, if you
Our
wanted to charge
followers
your
absolutely
car,
love our Doodly
so you can
videos.
control
Hi,
it
I'm
from
Brad
your
Callen,
mobile.
and in this
So
video, I'm going to show you how anyone can
you can come
quickly
to
and
know
easily create
what is the electricity consumption by using your charger also. So those analytics also we are providing on a mobile application. So that is a domestic charger we called.
So in
So
this
there is a charges which we are working out with which we are working for governments and infra companies. So any infra company wants to establish any charger, so we are providing those chargers also, which is a commercial chargers.
So in case of domestic chargers, there is no apart from just seeing the charge statistics on my mobile, there is no billing component, right? So when it comes to domestic charger, there is no billing. But when it comes to business charging solution, there will be a billing component, which will be integrated
Yes.
with the payment gateways, and a user can pay from variety of platforms like credit card, UPI payments, etc. Excellent.
Yes, yes, yes. So when it comes to domestic charger, actually domestic charger can be controlled, but not a payment part. So the payment part actually, the electricity consumption comes to your meter.
Right.
So that are working out with discoms, that discoms will provide you some slabs. So according to the slab, actually, if you right now, actually Telangana government is trying to introduce some sort of slabs if you are using some EV. So they wanted to give some subsidies. So those sort of things will be managed by discoms, so electricity boards. So yeah, that we are not touching. Actually, we are touching only the adapter part, adapter in the sense the domestic charger part, and the connector. So there is some various varieties of connectors available. So according to your type of your car, so we'll provide that connector, domestic charger and connector.
This is very exciting, Satya. In fact, the world is moving towards the electric vehicle, and
Yeah,
it could be a car, it could be a tricycle, it could be a bicycle. So I think
yeah.
the world is moving towards the electric. I think your company is coming out with the solution at the right time, and in a country like India where there is a huge requirement, and people who wants to set up this business, the end-to-end solution is available from your company. So why don't
Hmm.
you tell us a little bit more about the analytics part of it? If some, say for example, from a point of view of a business person who wants to invest and set up a charge point, how you can actually help that person to set up this business?
See, this to answer this question, actually, it is depends on the governments. So right now, central government is introducing some sort of subsidies, wherein actually, they're inviting infra companies. Infra companies are individual people to come and participate in the in some programs. Actually, fame is giving some subsidies to infra companies who wanted to establish a charging solutions, charging points, charging stations. So say they categorized in three types. Actually, one is category A, so which covers total public, and private category B, and private and public. So when it comes to category A, so the charging stations will be established in government areas, wherein state government, along with the central and state government, they are providing some sort of subsidies on electricity and chargers and land also. So some registrations also they are providing, some discounts when you are registering the land for the charging stations. So when it comes to charging stations, so if you wanted to buy a charger, so up to 70% of price that charger will be covered, subsidized by government. Say it is categorized. Say for example, if it is a private category, so they are giving 25%, and if it is a public and private partnership, then they are giving 50% subsidy on a charges. And if it is a public, then they are giving 70% subsidy. So likewise, so this state government discoms also, electricity boards also, they are providing slabs on each unit. Say for example, Karnataka government is providing 6 rupees 10 paisa for a unit, and AP government also providing some sort of 5 rupees 75 paisa, something like that. And Telangana government also coming up with some good subsidy to establish charging stations. When it comes to the person who the company or person who wants to establish charging stations, so they'll get their investment within one and a half year, something like, so it doesn't require to maintain any human interaction. Like, they can establish a charging station, then people will come and by using our technology without intervention of any human, so they can charge their car and they can pay and they go off. So that means if you work with a fame, so fame is already giving some sort of frames, subsidy frames. So if you fall into that subsidy frame, so max to max, so infra companies can get their ROI within 1.5 year. So that calculations are there with us. So it is a little big subject. So what is the involvement and what is the cabling level and what is the establishment type, and there is a concrete work is involved. So we calculated everything and we kept aside. So it's a big subject to explain. It's a very long, this thing. So that if anybody interested, then we can provide some sort of DPR, project report, and we'll help them to establish the charging stations anywhere. So even some of the government, like right now Telangana government, they Karnataka government and Telangana government, they wanted to tie up with this metro lines, and they wanted to establish charging stations in between the metro pillars, wherein actually if they have a space to park two cars, so they can come and establish that charging stations wherein they can utilize it. So this sort of arrangements are coming up with state governments. So we have everything. So we are ready to help if anybody wants to come and establish it.
So I think this is very exciting what your company is doing, and especially
Okay.
the state government coming out with these innovative ideas how to establish new business, new ventures, and new way of
Yes.
doing things. I think one of the critical aspect of any business is the support. So since your company is specializing in providing end-to-end, which is hardware, software, and so my question is regarding maintenance. So what sort of maintenance plan that your company provides to the OEMs and the business who buy your products and your services?
See, the maintenance part, that's what I told you, right? Actually, when it comes to hardware, we provide some warranties. So it covers, the warranty covers everything. Actually, the critical components we replace directly without any problem, like, without repairing anything. But when it comes to data problem, actually that can be maintained by using our system on a basis. So it doesn't require to send any person to go and clean it. No. So the data can be cleaned by using our technology, wherein actually we have a separate maintenance system, wherein which will monitor the charging station on a day, on a every minute basis. So if there is any problem, actually it triggers back to administrator. So administrator can run some commands on the system itself. So it will clean the charger on air basis. It doesn't require to go and do any maintenance. So if there is any critical problem in a hardware component, we go and replace it. So it won't take much time, and I can guarantee the system for 3 years. So for 3 years, there won't be any problem in any hardware component in a charging station or connector. So if any, only connector will be exposed outside, so which will be handled by many other people, which sometimes some people will come and they handle it. So it's a connector, right? So sometimes on a regular basis we replace the connector also. So that means if there is any problem, we'll on a system they will come to know. So they'll send the service person and they'll change the connector. So there is no repairing sort of system in a charging station. So only replacing. So any part can be replaced. So that sort of maintenance we are providing.
So this
Yes.
is amazing. You are also providing the entire end-to-end support system, ecosystem, so that it is very
Yes.
easy for any business to establish and provide services with regard to charge solution. Now, as a
Yes.
layman, Satya, I want to ask one very pertinent question. The
Mm-hmm.
question is, there in future there may be a lot of different types of vehicles having different types of batteries. So when somebody goes and want to charge his vehicle, it could be a bicycle, tricycle, quad bike, or even a car, variety of different makes, manufacturers. How the user will ensure that the charge is adequate or in line with the specification of the battery which is there in his vehicle, because this is very technical information, not everybody will have it.
Okay, got it. It's a good question, Chandra. So when it comes to connectors, so the in a world actually right now only 6 connectors are available. So 6 types of connectors are available. OEMs are depending on only those connectors. And the second thing is battery. When it comes to battery, actually it doesn't require any information about battery. So the battery could be anything, but it is only depending on the connector. So the battery connects to the connector and connector connects to the charger. So the important component is connector. Now, as a layman, so you have some sort of say for example Mahindra E2 H2 vehicle is there with you. So the H2 vehicle carries some CCS connector, okay, wherein when you open our mobile application, so when you click on some charging station, it gives you information of the connectors also, wherein charging station comes with a multiple chargers. So charging station is a bunch of chargers, wherein actually the charging station will contain 3.3 kV and 5 kV, 15 kV, and 30 kV, and 50 kV, and 150 kV. So 50 kV and 150 kV chargers are connectors, are chargers, are connectors, whatever it is. So those are rapid chargers, which charges the car within a 20 minutes time. Wherein actually 30 kV charges will take a little time, and the 3 kV charges is will take a little time to charge the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. So the person who carries that, actually say for example, if you are driving a Mahindra car, so it requires some CCS to connector. The CC connector and type 2 connector. So the type 2 connector, the mobile application will give you that information, whether the charging station is providing that type 2 charger or not, connector or not. So as a layman, just by clicking on your on a mobile application, and you can search on a connector basis also. So if the connector is CCS2 or type 2 connector, then just you filter it, and it will show you only the charging stations which is provided the type 2 connectors or type 2 chargers. So you can go there and charge your car. So we are not giving a much burden to the user. What it doesn't require to even by when he is registering his model, car model. So we are showing them the connector also. We are showing them we are telling them what sort of connector it is. So it gives you only that information, and you can drive your car to the charging station and charge your car. So we created some sort of ecosystem, so which is very any layman can use it, and without any not even it doesn't require a technical guy to understand the system. So directly any layman can use the system. So that sort of system we created. So
I have
it
one.
is easy to use.
I have one question, which is based on my experience in SFO, where Tesla has made a lot of investments, and in
Yes.
order to support the infrastructure of their cars, they have built every few miles they have built the charge points, and these are
Yes.
again run by the private parties. Some are owned by Tesla.
Yeah.
But important thing I wanted to ask you is, say for example, if I go to a Tesla charge point, they have a supermarket, they have a coffee shop, they have multiple things to do. So while the car is being charged, the car owners can do multiple activities. But important
Yeah.
thing is, when I put the charger in my car, I can choose the plan. The plan could be a long charge, it could be a mediocre charge, or it could be a fast charge. And the charging solution is giving me different pricing for different types of charge. So does your system also has
Yeah.
this kind of a charging possible?
Yeah. Our when I start our discussion, I told you, right. So by using our mobile application, so when you go to the charging station, just you need to there is some sort of mechanism used to recognize the charger. So some sort of connectivity we are used. So the connectivity is something like a RFID technology, or something like a Bluetooth technology, something like a QR code technology. For example, QR code technology. When you open our mobile application, so there is a QR code. So when you scan it, so the QR code will recognize the the charger. So what type of charger and what is the connector placed in the charger. So that is one. And once it is recognized, it redirects to the payment options. So we provided three types of payment options. One is a time-based charger, and money-based charger, and full charger. So time-based charger. Say for example, if you wanted to charge your car for 20 minutes, so there is a it automatically calculates the price and tells you what is the price for a 20 minutes. So just it deducts the money from your bank account and redirects to the charging screen. So when it comes to price, so if you say if you wanted to charge for 1,000 rupees, just you mention 1,000 rupees and pay that, and it redirects to start charging. If you say full charge, then it redirects. It depends on the charging station and connector. So wherein actually it was maintained by the administrator. So we are providing some backend system. So in a backend system, he will manage everything. He will say, okay, for a rapid charger, this is the price, and this is the price for a unit, and this is a time to charge the car. So all sorts of information we are providing through backend and mobile application.
So I
So
think
I
I have
think
one
I
last question. Oh yeah, you have answered the question very thoroughly, and I'm getting a feeling that it's a beautiful solution and it is ready to use anyone who is interested in setting up this business. But I have just one last question. When it comes to pricing, there are some business people who would like to invest a lot in setting up the facilities in such a way that the customers, when they walk in into their charge stations, they enjoy the experience. Some guys can come out with a bowling alley, come out with some shopping, supermarkets, etc. So different experience can be provided to the people who want to charge their vehicles. Is it possible to set the price differentially so that one business can have a set of prices than the other? Because the whole experience of charging your car is provided by how much investment that particular business has made in that facility. Right now, is it
Okay.
available?
Yes, it is available, Chandra. So how it is calculated, um, some sort of, like, I'll give you an example. So say for example, if you wanted to establish a charging station in municipal areas, GHMC municipal areas. GHMC means like or Hyderabad
Like urban
GHMC,
areas. Like urban
greater
areas.
yeah, urban areas. And there is a different sort of investment for rural areas. Okay, now coming to urban areas, so it depends on the location where you are right now. So say for example, if you are near to Madhapur, the land cost is very high. Excuse me. Land cost is very high. So wherein the prices may slightly higher than the other places. So when it comes to, say, now we are trying to establish one charging station in front of Silparamo, which is near to Cyber Towers. So in that area, actually, we need to charge nearly 18 rupees per unit, because so the unit cost covers this area, and we need to pay some money to GHMC, and we need to maintain some people to maintain the charging stations, all this stuff. So when it comes to rural areas, so rural areas land cost is very less. Actually, they can establish some other business. Say for example, if you take a Hyderabad to Bangalore corridor, so we thought to establish two charging stations. Say for example, if you charge your car in the night, full charge, so which will run for 300 kilometers. Say for example, 300 kilometers. Now you start from your home. So at a distance of 150 kilometers, we wanted to establish a charger. So there actually, you can create an ecosystem wherein actually other people can sell their products, say some agriculture products that they can sell in that point, and you can maintain some gaming stations over there. You can maintain some restaurants, and you can maintain some marketplace where people can come and come with their products and sell their products and share some revenue with you. Some sort of business we are created for rural areas. And sometimes in a rural areas the problem is providing the electricity. So in that case, we are suggesting to go with the solar system, sir. So the green energy, total green energy. So they can maintain some solar systems, which will go for 5 years and which with no maintenance, so no electricity charges. Some sort of that areas if you select, then the RO will come little earlier than the urban areas. So it is depends on the area to area, and city to city and town to town, something like that. So end of the day, the maximum ROI we are showing 1.5 years.
So I think after talking to you, I'm quite excited. I want to tell my viewers that the single point solution EV charge system, I would call it a system, is fully scalable, is very innovative. It fits variety of different business requirements. It has a lot of analytics. It has a lot of different types of charge models when it comes to getting the money out of the business. It integrates with multiple types of payment solutions. So it's a complete ready to use application with complete maintenance, back-end maintenance. So I would really appeal to people who want to set up a new type of business as the new opportunities are opening up, the oil prices are crashing, and the world is moving towards completely renewable energy source. I think your company is definitely playing a pioneering role. I will leave your email address so that whoever watches this program can reach out to you directly. It was really my greatest pleasure talking to you and understanding the technology, the hard work, and the sweat that you and your team has invested in this system and solution.
Thank you very much, Chandra. So not only fuel charges, not only we are not looking at our fuel charges, and irrespective of fuel charges, we are looking at some global warming system. Like so if you use a fuel, then it emits some a lot of these things. So if you use electrical cars, so it is globally, and it is there is no pollution at all. So to reduce the pollution, so we encourage the people to use electrical cars, and even a government also, by the central government is taking initiations to convert all sorts of government vehicles into EV vehicles by 2022. But I don't know actually about after this corona what could be the way forward by government. But right now the situation, government announces that by 2022 all government vehicles needs to be converted into EV vehicles. So by taking that advantage, even we are manufacturing some sort of EV vehicles also, EV 3 wheels and EV 2 wheels, and EV scooters also we are planning to manufacture, wherein we are targeting some sort of rural areas, rural fleet, and we are targeting tourism departments to use these e-scooters, and we are targeting municipalities to carry the waste material and to carry the waste bins. So some sort of oil, some sort of water tanks also we are converting into EV. So we are coming up with various products, various EV vehicles also. But so our major contribution is EV charging solutions, EV charging ecosystem. So we are purely concentrating on it. And if anybody wants a different business model, so we can establish and we can suggest them, and we can give a consultancy to establish that business. So So if anybody wants, to come into invest in this area, so we'll provide all sorts of information, whatever we have, and we can give them a total hardware and software support, and it's a ready to go products available with us. So that's what I wanted to tell to our viewers.
Very nice, and I think this is a solution with a lot of innovation, and the possibilities are immense. It's just up to
Yeah.
the imagination of the uh, person who wants to establish a business in the area of EV charge, and that is where the future is. So it was really
Yeah.
my greatest pleasure talking to you, Satya, and I will leave your contact details, and I hope a lot of people talk to you, reach out to you directly, and take advantage of your expertise and innovation.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Satya.
Pleasure is mine.
Bye.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Neville, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. And how are you today? Bright sunny day in the UK.
It's a bright sunny day here as well.
Fantastic.
We are actually much closer to summers. The temperature is already in the range of 35 degrees in India. But
Wow.
we are at home. It's day 14.
Day 14 of lockdown, and we're at home, and we are live digitally, as we have been for some time now, you and I. In fact, since our relationship started, because I haven't had an opportunity to come to see you in India yet, but I'm looking forward to that, and enjoying some of that Indian summer, hopefully before the summer finishes, but you never know, depending upon air travel, etc. But over the weekend, you had a very big event on Sunday, I believe, 8 o'clock Sunday evening.
That is right, Neville. The Prime Minister of India united the entire country by calling all citizens to light the candle or some sort of light for 9 minutes, starting at 9 p.m. on Sunday, which all Indians did. And by switching off the light, so there were proper arrangements were also made by the government to stabilize the grid, because if you switch off the entire India light, the grid might get destabilized. So the electricity grid was also stabilized so that the lights were off across India for 9 minutes and candles were lit.
Fantastic. And in recognition of, I'm sure, lots of things, not least for the Corona warriors, but for all those friends that people have lost over these tough times. And if we're taking a step through our vocabulary, as we were before, we got to the letter G on Friday. Well, we need to get up to K today. So H-I-J and K. And we're going to start with that K, because that's a vote of kindness, to be kind to everybody. So that candle, every time we light that candle, maybe there's an opportunity to just a short reflection, not just on the Corona impact, but on everything else. And being kind to your team, because they're stuck at home. Their dogs are barking. Their dogs want to go out and have the long walks. Small dogs don't need much walks, but if you've got a big dog, then they're getting bored at home. So you imagine all that pent up emotion that the dogs have got. Well, I've got it too. So some people can get out into their gardens, which is great, but lots of people live in apartments. So just think about your team. And we're going to go back, so we're helping. So H, we're going to help them. You need to help yourself. So you need to be in the right frame of mind when you're talking to your team. So make sure when you pick up the phone and you start the video conference, have a smile. Let them see your face. There you go. You're smiling already. I've just mentioned it and you smile, you know, because that's in our very nature. And if we're going to inspire people, and there's your I, because today's all about inspiring. You know, how are we going to get the best out of ourselves and out of everybody else? Well, we're going to inspire them by helping them, smiling, you know, being happy, injecting some joy. Notice the letters we're using, H, I, J, and K, you know, and it's all about kindness. Because fundamentally, if we're kind to our team and inspire them, we'll get the best out of them. They'll come through this real difficult arena in a far better state. And we've got a great example over here in the UK. We've got one of the most can-do people that we've had in very senior arena for some time, Boris Johnson. Sadly, he's in intensive care in a hospital, and we all wish him well, and we hope he recovers very quickly, because he's got that get up and go spirit. He uses the term can do, all the time. And you start to use those terms, and all of a sudden, you start thinking that way. Because this is about practicing the right things, not being perfect, but keep practicing the right things. So if you practice helping people, giving some joy, happiness, being kind to them, you will inspire them. And more importantly, you'll inspire yourself, because you're going to get a reaction. They're going to say, someone's going to say thank you. If someone says thank you, CK, thank you for all you're doing, how does that make you feel?
I personally feel that, you know, I'm valued, and this other person is really appreciative of what I am doing, or me as a person. I always revert by saying you're welcome.
And there you go. And in some respects, it's an automatic response, but there's a lot of thinking that went into that to make it automatic. And that's really good teamwork and really good leadership. So it's not a dismissive, oh, you're welcome. You know, I know when you say you're welcome, there's all the cogs in your brain and all the sparks and the interaction have all gone through there, because I can see you're listening. I can see you're thinking, and we're having a conversation despite the fact we're several thousand miles away. So we can do it in the digital world, perhaps not as well, if you like, in the real world of the physical interaction, but I can still give you a high five. There you go. Yeah. And those people that are into Star Trek, you know, live long and prosper. So,
with the help of another finger.
Well, you know, it took me a little while to do that, but after a while it comes naturally. So you can do these silly little things, just have a little bit of joy, you know, and inspire people that are around you. It is, you know, day 14, you know, we're not 2/3 of the way through, because even in the UK, there's no expectation that this is going to really be 21 days. If you think it's really going to be 21 days, you're on a different planet, frankly.
Right.
The measures that are in place are there for our own safety. So let's do the right thing. Let's help everybody else succeed through this, you know, particularly horrible virus. And we're in it together. There is no two ways. We're not fighting wars here where people are taking up arms against other countries. We're fighting a war against something that affects human nature, humankind. So it doesn't matter what colour we are, what our religion is, where we live in the world, it's affecting us all. So let's feel inspired, get inspired, you know, get that spark, pass it on to someone else, and remember, all of your team is at home. They may have parents, children, grandparents, animals that are fighting to get out and get walked. Be appreciative of where they are and inspire them to do what you're doing in your home so they do it in theirs. It's a very simple message. And again, give us feedback. What are you doing? How are you inspiring people? Simple things. We've just launched the Rainbow Project. We've done it locally in certain districts around the world, and it's really good. It gets young people involved, gets them to paint and draw, and then stick the rainbow in the window so other people can see and might bring a smile on their face. So when we do, in the UK, we can walk around the district for exercise. In other areas, you can't. There's the complete lockdown. But when you do start to walk around, and if you saw all these rainbow pictures in the window as you're walking around, it will bring a smile on your face, because that's the feedback we're given. And this is about sharing and being happy, really. Now's the time. 2/3 of the way through official lockdown, it may be extended, who knows? But let's make the most of a bad situation and pull out of it together. So there's the message today. Inspire. Inspire yourself, inspire your team, and give us your feedback. What are you doing? How are you inspiring people? Because we can share it with everybody else and they'll say, oh, I'm going to try that. Oh, that's a good idea. You know, sharing is caring. Simple messages. We often lose them. Hope that helps, CK. No, 7,000 miles away. You inspire me. Hopefully I inspire you. So.
Oh, a lot. You inspired me a lot. In fact, while talking to you, I learned so many great things. And of course, you are such an experienced person. You had vast experience. So you inspire me a lot. And that is why I look forward to these sessions every day. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are also getting inspired. I think the word is very powerful. Thank you so much, Nebel, for sharing all this positive words of kindness with us.
And remember, nobody's perfect. So you're all the expert at the point in time that you're talking. So be the expert and use these.
Yes, certainly. So it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow with some more inspiration from you and more words of wisdom.
Good stuff. Enjoy your day. Have fun. See you tomorrow.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today, as usual, we have interesting personality, Sitesh Shrivastava. He has a deep interest in corporate training and he has been training IT professionals, marketing professionals. And the good thing is that he is in Bangalore at the moment. He has reunited with his family. He has been waiting for so long from South Africa, from Johannesburg, and he has landed to Bangalore, and now he is in quarantine. I mean, I guess 14 days of quarantine. So that's home quarantine. So let's discuss how things are at Bangalore. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today at Bangalore?
Hi Kanchan, good day to you. As they say in the Incredible India campaign, smile, you are in Bangalore. So yes, I'm smiling that I am in Bangalore, back, united with my family. But I enjoy this iconic city. And I came here around 9 or 10 years back. And I came from various other Indian cities, living in other Indian cities, other iconic and not so much iconic cities. But, you know, I took some time to come to Bangalore 10 years back. And I must say, that decision was a good decision that I am here. And as we start our conversation today, I would like to share some tidbits.
Yes, please go ahead. We are waiting. we will be enriched with your experience. And I had been to Bangalore also, and I love the city. The spirit of the city is awesome. The people, the professionals, IT professionals, basically, they are awesome. So let's listen your story.
Well, Kanchan, today we all know about Bangalore, about the IT city, the Silicon Valley of India, and the great technology stuff, the technology products and solutions coming out of this city, and the unique ecosystem that this city has, or it has built over the years. But this city has something very, very interesting in our modern history, and also almost like a 1,000 years of history that is can be seen around the city, outskirts of the city. And the modern part of the Bangalore is entices me a lot. One, definitely the IT part, because of which many of us are here, including me. And while growing up in India, in the North Indian cities, Kanchan, I grew up in Kolkata, which was Calcutta then. Uh, I was able to see the South India from the North Indian eyes till I came myself to the South India, which is Bangalore. And growing up in the North India, the aspects of South India, the interesting facts, the modern history, their industriousness is something that we see from very far, from a different kind of a lens. So when I landed up in Bangalore, I started looking at this city not just from a professional point, but also from a cultural aspect, which is that I always want to do where I stay, as you might have noticed in our other conversations. So this city, in the modern history, has a rich history from I think 1800, beginning of 1800, when the cantonment of this city was built, and around the same time, sometime around the 1790s or 1780s, there was this great local leader, Kempe Gowda, who is known as the father of this city, the establishment of the modern Bangalore. And therefore, we also have an airport called Kempe Gowda International Airport. So the city has always been into the limelight in the modern history. When I say I would like to go back, 70, 80 years back, it had a great contributions into the Indian freedom struggle. And a great many leaders came out of this geography. And 1956 States Reorganization Act, it came into existence as a capital of Karnataka state. And I have been hearing, Kanchan, that the other city, the Mysore or Mysuru, was the more famed city in this region. And there were discussions to make Mysuru a capital, but for some political reasons, Bangalore was chosen for the capital of Karnataka. Apart from the IT, Kanchan, it is also a very important seat for Indian military forces, and our iconic company, Hindustan Aeronautics, and some of the original electronics companies. People today who work in Bangalore, they only think about the IT, but Bangalore is more than IT in terms of even the professional world. It was ahead in the electronics production even before Infosys happened. Infosys, as we all know, is the second largest or biggest Indian IT company, has its headquarters in Bangalore. So, we daily in this city, what we say is that if you drive in Bangalore, if you do a car driving or you're on Bangalore, you can drive anywhere in the world. But Bangalore traffic is legendary. But at the same time, Bangalore weather is also legendary, Kanchan, you know about it. And that is a beautiful part. Last year, my yoga teacher was telling me that Bangalore sits around 3,000 feet above the sea level. That means literally, technically, Bangalore is sitting on a hill station. And to compare it with the tallest mountain in Japan, Mount Fujiyama is just 3,700 feet, and Bangalore is at 3,000 feet. So you can understand the lovely weather that Bangalore has, and I think that's a great value that it adds. What I am sad about Bangalore, Kanchan, is I'm told that in the 70s or the 60s and 70s and early 80s, the city had 3,000 lakes. But due to the rampant development all around the city, on the outskirts, there are less than 300 lakes today. And out of those 300, I think we can just count a handful of probably 10 to 15 of the big major lakes. Now you understand, Kanchan, a lake, a natural lakes, or even the man-made lakes, how important they are for the local weather. And in India, we have another city like this called Bhopal, which is a city of lakes. So that adds to the natural beauty of the city. And apart from the IT, there are another businesses that have grown out of Bangalore. They have been going out in the world. And on the culinary side, MTR Foods, the iconic MTR Foods in Bangalore, they now are probably, I believe that they are part of some Norwegian food company. And they also brought, it is said that the MTR brought the first ice cream vending machines in India. Some of the iconic places to visit in Bangalore is Lal Bagh, which is a flower park, and it hosts annual flower show, which is visited by many journalists and tourists across the world. But I must tell you, I went there a couple of times, Kanchan, and I mean, in that crowd, somehow I had to just have a glimpse and come back. Kabban Park was built somewhere around 1860s when India was having its first Sepoy mutiny. Around that time, we had our Kabban Park, and it's a beautiful lung. It's a beautiful once you sit, and it is an interesting feeling. Then there are a lot of educational institutions in this city, and some of them are really famed ones. And I mean, the Science Museum and the Planetarium, all of these, I mean, I can go on and on about Bangalore, but I think, Kanchan, that we should reserve it for something else as well.
Okay, when you mentioned about malls and when you mentioned about Lal Bagh and also Kabban Park, all old memories are freshen up now. Because when on Saturdays and Sundays, when I was working at Bangalore, we used to visit all malls, and it was so lively. All young people on MG Road, and they are eating and they are talking, and it was so wonderful, and I still remember that. Now you are in Bangalore, and you are a Bangalore person because you are based in Bangalore. When you are talking about Lal Bagh, I remember that at Lal Bagh every morning I used to go for a morning walk, and it's a botanical garden, so you can see variety of species of plants there, and they are chirping of birds. It was awesome at that point of time. I'm sure people who go, many people go for morning walk in Lal Bagh in that area. And when you mentioned about MTR, I really feel hungry, because I remember that we as a friend, after the Saturdays, after the work on Saturdays or sometimes Sunday, we used to stand on a queue, because there was a long queue to get a table and the dishes from NTR restaurant. So so good memories which you really I start remembering those days now. Now, since you
Yes,
are
yes.
yeah, since you are in Bangalore, so we will be discussing more about this great city, where there's a lot of development is happening, lot of software revolution is being done by this city. So we have discussed, and we'll talk more about this Bangalore, and I think it will be pleasure to share Bangalore city and the places of Bangalore to our viewers. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, I am the guide for Bangalore for our initiative.
Okay, it was as usual so good to talk to you today. We will discuss about many other places which are located in Bangalore tomorrow. And till then, take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Kanchan. Nama Bangalore Zindabad.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technology, and today I would like to discuss with you the issue around the vaccination. You know, there is a whole lot of politics which is coming up in the news. Whenever we switch on the TV, there is always some issue. People are saying that, hey, this vaccine is not ready, the data is not available, and so on and so forth. So let's discuss about, you know, what is going on. And I just wanted to make few logical points in our discussion today, and that will clear the air little bit. I'm not saying that I am the expert and authority in this area, but I will just make some logical points. The first thing is that we must have faith in our scientists. I think we have the best people available and who are doing research in this area. So we must have 100% faith in what our scientists and doctors are doing, and when they are telling us that, hey, the vaccine is ready, we should simply have trust in them and go with a positive mind and take the vaccination. So let's talk about what are the different types of vaccination which are being proposed right now. The first type is the types of what the Oxford has proposed, and you know, it's sort of a wonder method of producing a vaccination, and that is very effective for coronavirus. What these guys have done is they have taken sort of a flu which infects the chimpanzees, and this flu does not infect the humans. There's enough data available to prove that the flu which infects the chimpanzee does not affect the humans. So they have taken that, and they have put a crown, a spike of the coronavirus on top of it, which is not the entire virus, it's just the protein of the coronavirus. So when this flu is injected in a normal human being, the antibodies of the body thinks, of the human body thinks that there is a additional uh, ailment or disease or external agency which is in the body, and because there is a small spike in the virus, and the other virus, which is the chimpanzee virus, flu virus, is not effective. There are the human body is able to fight that already. So there is an additional protein spike which is attached to the body
of this chimpanzee flu virus and then inject it into human body. The human body then start developing the antibodies for this new protein, and that is how they prepare their defenses against the corona. So when the coronavirus approaches the body, then the human body will have the adequate defenses to fight that. And that is how the theory of the vaccination, which is proposed by Oxford and under license being produced by AstraZeneca. So in India, this drug is also known as Covishield, which is approved by the Indian government, and that will be available from June 14. I think that's the date the Indian authorities have said. January 14th onwards, the drug will be available. So that is the very novel kind of uh, vaccination which is available, and it's basically very brainy stuff these professors and scientists in Oxford have done. And that is how their efficacy, they are saying themselves that is like 70% or upwards of 70%, which is quite high. The second method of vaccination is the old method, old, tested, tried method. All the vaccinations are developed so far, which we get right from our birth till 12 years of our age and beyond also, is developed using this method, which is take the disease uh, virus itself and inactivate it, basically destroy the virus, kill it, and you have the dead bodies of the virus now available with you. You inject that into the body, and we know that the dead virus is not going to activate itself again. We already know that. That is how the vaccination works. So inject the dead body parts of the dead virus into the healthy human being, and then the antibodies which are present in the human body will then start fighting the dead virus, and they learn how to kill the virus, and so on. So this type of vaccination usually comes in one or two different doses, or three at the most. So there will be a first dose where the dead viruses are injected into the body. Then there will be a date given exactly after like a week or so. The semi-conscious viruses are injected, and then in the third, the actual disease is injected. But by the time the immunity builds up, so there is a series of injections which are given, one or two or three, and this is a method of the second level of protection. And this is the second type of vaccination which is also available, and there are different names for it. There is a Chinese, and there is also the Indian medicine which is also available, which is also called Covaxin. That comes into the second category of the old tried tested method. And the third method is, which is still under development because the trials have not completed, is the most innovative and most high-tech method of protecting yourself from coronavirus, which is you take the actual DNA of the virus. Don't take the virus, but take the DNA of the virus, and then influence that to create a similar RNA. And I think some of the students of biology and people who know a little bit about their school biology will know that the RNA is actually a supporting nucleic acid for DNA to make its copy. So RNA is a supporting layer of the DNA. So then what happens is you just take the DNA of coronavirus and induce an RNA, and then use that RNA to inject in your skin, and just under the skin. So as we know that there are a lot of fluids also in the body. It's not only the blood, but there are a lot of fluids also between our skin and between different organs. So when the RNA goes, which has the knowledge of the coronavirus RNA, then the body start basically preparing themselves. And there is a very lengthy process. I'm oversimplifying it, but there is a very lengthy process, and I don't want to bore you. But the whole point is that the RNA is injected just in the skin. So it's a very simple vaccination which goes. It's not even a proper injection. It's just a small, prick through which the vaccination can be given, and the antibodies are then produced in the body, and then the body is immune to coronavirus attacks. Now this is the best method of protection, because the antibodies are present also in all the fluids in your body, and not only in the blood but also in the fluid. So I think that's the best method, but that is not yet available. It is under the probably there are few companies which are doing that, the third trial, and the data will be available. I think the date which looks like right now sometime in June. So I think all these different options are available today. UK has already started vaccination. India is going to start on January 14th, and India is also preparing big time, because there are the target which has been set is 300 million people needs to be vaccinated. So with this kind of heavy targets with limited resources, the question is why we need to have multiple different types of vaccination. For a simple reason that when we have to vaccinate the entire mankind, which is 7 billion people, the supply chain is not geared up to produce so many vaccinations of one type. So if we say that, hey, if the type 1 is the best medicine, why don't we just give one only to everyone? The reason being that it needs to be produced, it needs to be packaged, it needs to be transited, transported, stored, and we don't have that kind of supply chain to support all this. That is why we need to join our hands together and all different kinds of vaccination to be available. That is the reason why different vaccinations are being approved by various governments, so that something should be available when the people come for vaccination. It should be available, whether type A, type B, or type C. So that is the reason. So I think this is why we need to have first complete faith in what people have done, what scientists and doctors have done to produce the vaccination. They have done a lot of thinking, and they have done a lot of reasoning. They have done a lot of testing, and that brings to my third point today. People say that, hey, it takes about 10 years to really test the vaccination out in the field, and corona vaccination is coming out just in less than a year. So the reason for that, or reasoning that which I can come up with, is that there has been a lot of learning, there has been a lot of automation, there has been a lot of computerization, simulation, which are possible today. And the knowledge about the coronavirus up to the molecular level, we know exactly. We know exactly what molecules the coronavirus is made of, and how it is affecting the people. We also know everything about the human body, how each human body of different types is taking different vaccination, how it is fighting their diseases. So there is a lot of knowledge which was not available prior. So when the vaccination for chickenpox and such ailments were being developed, the the technology was not so advanced. But today we had the right skills, we had the right knowledge, and we also have done a lot of simulation. So whatever we could do, we had to do in 10 years, that has been shrunken down, and it has been done very rapidly. So there has been rapid testing methodology. So the scientists have not overlooked any criteria of vaccination. It's just that because there is more efficiency now, the vaccinations have been rolled out, researched, and tested, and then given out to the public. So I think that is a real reason. I thought I will bring these few points out in the public, because there has been a lot of debate, and there are some political parties saying that, hey, don't go for vaccination, which I feel is totally absurd, because it is not the politics which is bringing the coronavirus vaccine, it is the scientists who are bringing it. And there is a proper methodology behind all this. And why we need multiple vaccination? Because the availability. So as time passes, I think there will be more and more availability. I think when the vaccination starts, all of us should go and take that vaccination. It is for our own good. And if we don't take vaccination, then we are at very, very high risk of getting the coronavirus disease if we have not got it so far. So it is important for all of us to understand why and how, and what should be our next step. And that is why I thought I'll bring this to your notice. Friends, I'll end my discussion today, and I look forward to getting your comments. I will put your comments in my next video. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today our show is mixed of little sad news and of course some ideas about women empowerment when it comes to armed forces in India. And I just want to tell you that Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Ramana, who was the first woman officer of Indian Air Force, who was commander, passed away on 18th of October this year. So it was a bit sad news. But I also want to tell you that she got permanent commission in 1971 and she is also recipient of the Vishisht Seva Medal. And this brings to more crucial point is that what is the position of Indian women in Indian Armed Forces? To discuss about this topic, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It is a good day on my side, and I hope it is good day on your side as well. It's fine, and the conversation that we are going to do is a very interesting conversation. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, and as you know, today it's a sunny day here, so bit kind of relief from all 3-4 days. It was pouring like anything. So today, as you know, we are discussing about the position of women in armed forces, because armed forces doesn't only means Navy, Army or Air Force, but also we have Central Reserve Force, we have Central Industrial Force, we have Border Security Force, and we have Sahastra Seema Bal. So why women are so much not as par with men in armed forces?
So, Kanchan, I think we have come a very, very long way when it comes to the participation of women in the Indian Armed Forces. In the modern history, I can recall from Khub Ladi Mardani Wo To Jhansi Wali Rani Thi. From those days till the women in the Indian National Army, which was established by Subhash Chandra Bose, and then into the Indian Army of the liberated India. And therefore, it marks a progress from those days till today. And Vijay Lakshmi Ramanan, the retired wing commander, was definitely a trailblazer in that. A line of officers, and especially that too in the Indian Air Force, which is more challenging, I would believe, than the armed forces, Indian armed forces. And she was I mean, it says a lot when you said she's a Vishisht Seva Medal, which is also given for an exemplary service and not just the rank. And being the first officer, we can only imagine how much of motivation she would have been for the women of her generation. And we are talking in terms of 1955, when it was still the time of black and white films and the Bollywood was not known as Bollywood. What do you feel?
Yes, definitely. And you have mentioned about the army of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. You also mentioned about Rani Lakshmi Bai. But in between, there was a decline when it comes to women joining forces or women joining police force. Because what I have come to know in recent years is that in 1992, Indian Army began inducting women officers. And that too in a non-medical area, because earlier there used to be all medical related services like nurses and all that. Then in 1993, there was Priya as one of the first 25 women to join army officers being in India. So, well, you said that there was, I think, in between there was a decline in this, and I think it has increased maybe by 2000 onwards. So this is a rise of in recruitment in the army when it comes to Indian women.
That's true. That's true. And it feels good when I see our women soldiers, women police officers, women security officers at various public establishments and institutions. And that shows the integrity that this democracy has for having an inclusive way of bringing both women and men together in all walks of life, in all walks of professions, and especially in the security sector. So I think it is this passing off of Ms. Ramnan needs to be celebrated, and more young women, especially from the tier 2 and tier 3 towns, need to be told about her story, her journey, and motivated to take up the career they want to choose. Many times I feel many of the young women, they don't even know the career choices that they have. They are not even told about it. Some biases are still prevalent in most of the Indian homes, and therefore it takes a courage of a family to take that leap of faith with the woman child. And I think Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Ramanan's family, especially her parents, need to be thanked that in those days, when it was still not a known thing, they promoted her daughter to join the armed forces. Though it was on the medical side, but it would have been definitely a rewarding and a very, very rewarding career that I can see. And in 1979 she retired, and then she served as gynecologist to almost all the Air Force hospitals, and that goes as a tradition in the Indian Armed Forces. She is respected in the army hospitals across the country. AFMC Pune, Air Force Medical College Pune, is a very, very known hospital, and where she has been a celebrated gynecologist. So I think this is the opportunity where we can take her story to the masses, to the middle class homes, upper middle class, lower middle class homes, where where the women still are going through some of those biases, which should be removed, because they are equally competent to be in the workforce, to stand shoulder to shoulder with men. And now we even have pilots in the Air Force.
Right. And along with Vijay Lakshmi Ramanan, I also want to mention that a very important name is Dr. Barbara Ghosh, who in October 1976, she became the first woman officer in the Indian Navy and to attain a rank of commander. And along with this, Dr. Punita Arora, commissioned in 1968, is the first woman in Indian Navy to reach the second highest rank as a lieutenant general and first woman vice admiral. So, but what I think is it took almost some time. 2000, when we got first woman officer who got gallantry award, is Lieutenant Colonel Mitali Madhumita. So it took a lot of time to really accept the courage of women, especially in armed forces, isn't it?
Yes, I think the story and the movement and the mobilization of women into the Indian Armed Forces is a story which is not as smooth as it sounds like today. It had its own checkered movement of progress, recently there was a Bollywood movie also. I think you might remember the name of the movie, and it was portrayed as in a negative shade of light, if I am correct.
Right.
Right? What was the movie name, Kanchan?
Actually, I have because it was in the news, but I think it is about officer who was portrayed very negative role and kind give bad name to Indian Air Force, where it is blamed that Indian Air Force deal with gender bias, which was absolutely wrong. So, and that I think it is was in court, and Indian Air Force had already won this case, I guess. And
Yeah, so this was about the
Dharma,
movie was Gunjan Saxena's biopic.
right, and it is asked Dharma Production to put hold on this picture, put it on shelves. So, and this movie is not in the market as of now.
Right. So I think it is I think we need to kind of take this as a campaign for the women. I think we have a great tradition of women getting into the sports, and that too you sit in a place in Hyderabad which is known for the women's badminton, and there is something very secretive about Hyderabad which produces so great badminton players. So, but Army, given a choice of getting into the Indian Armed Forces, Navy, Air Force, and the Army, I think there needs to be a campaign. Women need to be promoted in the schools for the National Cadet Corps, that is NCC, where they should be taught about. There used to be NCC was very popular back in my days. Kanchan, in the schools. I'm not sure at this point of time how much NCC is. NCC is a very great place to introduce the armed forces into the life of a student, and I think that is a great place for the Indian women in their schools, the girls' schools, the co-education schools, the colleges, and even in the middle or higher secondary schools.
Yes, I think in recent year we have seen some changes. Like if you look in the data of Indian Air Force, Indian Air Force inducts women in all roles, including combat and support roles. As of now, till September 2020, there's are 1,875 female officers, including 10 pilots and 18 navigators. So there is definitely a rise in the recruitment in armed forces, and also a change in the perspective of families and communities towards women going in the armed forces, and that is very, very crucial.
Correct, Kanchan, and I think armed forces is definitely a very coveted position, coveted area to be. Besides that, there are other areas: National Security Guard, Special Protection Group, Railway Protection Force, National Disaster Response Force. There are many avenues that women can get into, and I just, as I told you, I'm very proud to see them at least in the airports whenever I fly, and it's great to see their integrity, great to see the professionalism that they bring in the jobs, and there is no way to feel even an iota of doubt that they would be any lesser in taking care of the security work that they are entitled or they have been asked to do so.
I would like to suggest one step further, that each and every Indian should be given at least 2 to 3 years army training before really taking up job. That will ensure a discipline in the life, and I think nationalism will also get increased by this, and people who are creating sometimes fake news, because nowadays it is a fashion to create a fake news about everything. So especially creating a fake news for army, they will think twice to really come out with a fake narrative. What do you think?
No, that is actually becoming a more bigger a problem. The deep fake news, the fake news, it is a whole industry all around, And there are so many things which can influence nowadays in the digital media that we are almost glued to during our waking up time, and it has in fact eating up our sleeping time as well. It's very easy to manipulate our mindsets, and especially on the women's stories that are going around. I mean, these are very few depictions are motivating in the popular media. Still, the stereotype stories are being dished out again and again, either in the radio or I can see in the television medium. Very few. You remember Kanchan, the Udan serial many years back. You might remember. We had a serial called Arohan about a tele-serial showcasing women officers serving in the Indian Navy. And so it is, and now the Gunjan Saxena, which actually become a controversial movie. There was a web series called The Test Case in 2007 about the first woman training to serve the combat role. There are more needs to be done in terms of the media, in terms of, I live very close to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited establishment. All the billboards, Kanchan, are not having a single woman there, which is surprising. So that needs to change. The mindset needs to change. The promotion needs to change. The media needs to portray it in a different way. And they need to be celebrated in our popular media.
Yes, and that's what I said. All the filmmakers who have no idea about how the army works, they are making films about army. So I think it's it should be mandatory for each and every citizen to really go and take a training at least for 2 to 3 years in army and know how army works. And of course, women should take a lead, and they are taking lead, and they have no restriction of joining army at the moment. Maybe the recruitment will increase in various areas of army, isn't it? What is your idea in this?
That is true, and I think I think there is a great momentum at this point of time. And the other day, I was seeing a discussion happening on our national channel Doordarshan about some of the women who are part of top level administrative positions, and I was surprised to see lieutenant level women in that, and IPS level women in that, and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir heading those sensitive posts. So it is very good to see these kind of discussions happening in the mainstream media, but more needs to be done. And I would suggest that we need to move away from the bias. We need to move away from the what you call this is how it has always been. This is the Indian thought. We have to think from like Singapore. There is army training is must. Israel, it is must for men and women both. So I think we have taken a great strides in that. It is still very less to be seen in a 1.25 billion people in this country, but it is certainly on our doorstep, and it cannot be avoided.
Yes, so with the message that more power to women, what I would like to end this session today. We'll discuss more interesting sessions and episodes in our upcoming programs. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Great, thank you. What a great subject during this Navratri.
Bye, thanks. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. No, final. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma
From Akulmach.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top Brass नहीं हुआ.
How never?
नहीं
चार
मैं
सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास, तो दिमाग में होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना ही बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Brass.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, we are on the journey of discussing human rights. And last week, we discussed one of the most important rights for the Indian citizens, which is right to have freedom to follow their religion. So we have covered that what are the rights and what are the duties. Today, we want to continue on the same thing and want to discuss with the specific case. And for that, I would like to invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Advocate Ms. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh is a very well-known advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So with a lot of pleasure, let me welcome Nagesh.
Hello, CK. I hope you're doing fine and safe at home. Thank you very much for inviting me again to this platform.
Pleasure is ours, and I think today's discussion is about one specific case where, which is also called Sabrimala case, and it is pending in the Supreme Court. While we have discussed last week that there is a freedom for every citizen to practice their own religion, what they feel is right for them. However, in the case of Sabrimala, there are certain restrictions, and we would like to know from you Firstly, what is this case all about? And secondly, why there is a restriction?
Yes, CK, if I talk about Sabrimala's case, it was a recent decision given by 5 judges bench, which is a Sabrimala judgment. It is about radical equality, gender equality, and sex equality. The case before the Honorable Supreme Court was that deity at Sabrimala is in the form of Nashtika Brahmacharya, that is, Lord Ayappa is a celibate, and it was claimed that since celibacy is the foremost requirement for all the followers, women between the ages of 10 and 50 must not be allowed in Sabrimala temple. The Supreme Court, having balanced the right of an individual to religion under Article 25 and right of the community of religion under Article 26(2), held that the claim by the people is in the form of an assumption that there is a celibacy and austerity observed by the followers which would caused or affected by the presence of women. It said that such a claim could not be sustained constitutionally as it affects and impose a burden of a man's celibacy on a woman and construct her as a cause for deviation from celibacy. It further observed that this forms a crucial link between denial of the right to worship and denying access to spaces to which women are equally entitled. Also, to suggest that women cannot keep the vrat is to stigmatize them and stereotype them as being a weak and lesser human beings. As we all know, the stigma around menstruation has been built up around traditional beliefs in the impurity of menstruating women. Such beliefs, the Supreme Court held that have no place in a constitutional order. These beliefs have been used to shackle women, to deny them equal entitlements, and subject them to dictates of a patriarchal order. The patriarchal order indicates that the exclusion of women from Sabrimala is not simply a unique and particular feature of that specific religious community. Rather, the exclusion of women from Sabrimala on the grounds of celibacy and menstruation is one among countless ways in which patriarchy as a social institution works to keep women in a position of subordination. We know that in India, temple entry movements have a long history and have always been framed in the language of civil rights and access to public spaces. This was especially true of the great caste-based temple entry movements of 1920s and 30s in our country. The caste and patriarchy acknowledges that discrimination is not limited to state action. That means it is not subjected to the government's action or even to hostile individual action, but this this flows from institutional design, because caste and patriarchy are neither the government or the state nor an agglomeration of individual acts where you can contribute or attribute discriminatory agency to identifiable individuals. In fact, they are social institutions, and because they are social institutions, their impact upon the lives of the people that they touch is not merely a private matter. It becomes a public matter. So the Supreme Court in Sabrimala case applied the essential religious practice test in the case and held that claimants have failed to establish that exclusion from Sabrimala, exclusion of women from Sabrimala is either an obligatory part of a religion or has been consistently practiced over the years. So on both these tests, the claimants failed. The evidence at best demonstrates that celibate nature of Lord Ayyappa, but this in itself does not establish that exclusion of women is part of essential religious practice. So the custom and usages and personal law, though have a significant impact on civil status of individual, these activities that are inherently connected with civil status of individual cannot be granted constitutional immunity merely because they may have some associational features or community features which have a religious nature. So what it actually wanted to establish that community after all is crucial to self development. Community cannot overtake an individual right, and groups can also restrict freedom and dignity, which has been done in Sabrimala case. And in those circumstances, the court has to step in and balance the competing claims. So it was not about worship at Sabrimala, but about the exclusion from worships uh, uh, in context of women, essentially. So we have to take an example, like think of whites only signboard outside a restaurant in Apartheid, South Africa. The point there is not that one private restaurant owner has decided to exclude blacks from his private property. But the point is how that signboard is an integral element of the practice and institution of apartheid. So the constitutional rights are not isolated silos, rather they provide a cohesion and unity which militates against practices that depart from the values that underline the constitution, such as justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. So at the end, I would only like to say that an indispensable facet of an equal life is the equal participation of women in all spheres of social activity, is what the Honorable Supreme Court wants to, hold in this judgment of Sabrimala. The 5 judges judgment, of course, is subject to review by 9 judges bench, which has already started hearing. But as of now, the women have been allowed to enter the Sabrimala temple, though it is not being followed, and there is a contempt of the order, the judgment of the Sabrimala judgment, which is also being supported by the Kerala government. So let us see how the court holds, 9 judges benches hold as to what has been held in Sabrimala case.
Nagesh, as you know that we are discussing about different judgment, and we have no intention to even comment on the Honorable Supreme Court or sentiments of the people. But we feel that, or personally I feel that the religion is a part of society, and it has been created, or it is there, it exists along with the society, so that there is betterment of society. That means the society proceeds in the right direction. There are certain do's and don'ts defined. At the same time, the religion has to evolve as the mankind evolves, because it's all related to human beings. I mean, the elephants don't have religion. Other animals don't have religion. It's only the humans who have created a social fabric, and religion is part of that. So as we progress, religion has to also just like Darwin said that it has to evolve. So humans are evolving, so why not religion? So that is the whole premise from which we are coming. And I feel that whatever action religion tells us to do has to be logical in some nature. For example, you have beautifully explained that why women were not allowed, and there was logic behind it. But I think in old days that logic really worked, but nowadays it is gradually becoming irrelevant. So I personally feel that women should be allowed, but I think there has to be a logical conclusion to it, not only from the court, because court can only give a judgment and it has to be followed in letter and spirit. But I think the senior people of the society should also educate a lot of people in that area or in the community that why the law which was created 5,000 years back is no longer relevant, and therefore equal rights should be given to everyone. What is your opinion on this?
Absolutely. You see, CK, basically, there are various sections of our society who have been subjected to inequalities. Of course, there is a law now, there is a constitutional right under Article 17 against untouchability. Also, there are rights, equal rights for women or any other classes or different genders now, they have been now treated equally. In the past, there were discriminations, they were subjected to, kind of uh, subjugation, or there has been a system in the society which we called as patriarchal system, which subjected a lot of people into insubordination or were treated as weaker section. But as you said, that we are evolving as a society and we have to respect and the dignity of a human being, the individuality of a human being has to be respected. So there has to be a balance which is required to be created so far as the individual right is concerned as well as the community right is concerned. You know that communities are formed for the betterment of an individual. If individual has to have progression or he has to progress, of course he has to move in a community. So community is only for the help of that individual, and the community is there to see that a particular individual, enhances his abilities or, is able to lead a very dignified life with all the rights which he must have, which we are addressing as human rights. So, in that perspective, if we look at the today's situation and see that how the society has been dealing with people in terms of, if we see the caste system, if we see the women who have been treated by a patriarchal society or a caste-based society, the changes have to be made, because ultimately, when we are talking of human rights, a human right can only be protected if an individual is given equality in the society. If anybody is discriminated or is differently treated, I believe that that would not help that person to develop his personality to the fullest. And of course, that would mean that we are subjecting that person to uh, uh, insubordination, or he is being treated weak or treated less than the other person. So that inequality has to be removed and must be removed in view of the evolvement of rights which we are seeing every day by various judgments which have come now by the Honorable Supreme Court. So we have to take that aspect also.
Yes, Nagesh, now you talked about certain aspects from the legal standpoint and from the social standpoint. So let's look at what is the social standpoint. Now, in any religion, there are some good things or big deeds done by some individual. Eventually, they are worshipped as God, and their deeds are sort of followed by the disciples. So that is how they, basic premise of the religion. So in this case, when in Sabrimala, the Lord basically had to kill a demon. So I don't know the whole story, but let's talk about few words about the whole background. And then the demon could be killed only when you follow certain lifestyle. So for 40 days, the Lord had to go up in the mountain because Sabrimala is a temple where he actually supposedly carried out this ritual so that he can kill the demon. And so he had to practice certain ways of living for 40 days. He has to let go all pleasures of life. And then after 40 days, he became victorious because he followed the 40 days very, very meticulously and he was able to kill the demon. So what millions and millions of followers of the Lord do is create that 40 days period every year in their life, and it's like that. I declare myself as a servant or as a follower or a disciple, whatever the feeling is in the mind of the person, and they copy that whatever is written in the scriptures. How the Lord lived on daily basis, what did he eat, how did he sleep. So for 40 days, all the followers do the same thing. And they end their fast after climbing the mountain in Sabrimala. And then once they, they actually do the darshan, then they stop their fast. So now when we say, so there is a whole lot of logic behind all of this. And women cannot be allowed because the Lord was not needing any women that time. Now, if there are millions of people who are doing this on every year basis, there is a fast for 40 days, there is a change in life, people don't wear footwear, they sleep on the ground on hard surface, they only wear black clothes, and then they go to the mountain to Sabrimala temple and end their fast. How difficult or easy that would be to forget all this, because what we're saying is now forget all this because this is your religion, but we are asking them to forget all this because we have to maintain equality from the legal standpoint. So that is where the challenge is. I feel there has to be some balance between how much, because the responsibility of evolution of religion is not entirely on the religious gurus. It is also on the society, and legal system is also part of the same society. So I think somewhere they have to come together to sort this whole issue out.
Absolutely, CK, because law is also dynamic. This society we live in is dynamic, and it is changing constantly. Now, what was the practice earlier? As you see, where there are beliefs in the society, there are certain things which are being practiced by people for a very, very long time. But essentially, what we have to strike a balance is about whether the beliefs which are being practiced are affecting an individual's right, individual's freedom. When freedom are given under the Constitution, whether those freedoms are affected by certain beliefs, and whether these beliefs, overcome the tests which are essentially applied in cases by the courts. So those tests have to be brought in and have to be placed before people, that whether your beliefs can be taking away an individual rights to practice religion. So these are very important things, and as a changing society, as a developing country and a community, we must, uh, give a second thought, or we must change the beliefs in view of the fact that no individual is subjected to insubordination or subjected to any kind of discrimination. So everybody has to be treated equally.
So that is where the challenge is for the lawmakers. I believe by bringing a change in Sabrimala, where women are also allowed to go to visit the Lord. I think by doing this, from the religion standpoint, the whole religion is getting dissolved, because the whole ideology behind Sabrimala is something else. So I think it's a Herculean task, and I don't think we can discuss all that, because still decision is pending in the Honorable Supreme Court. So we'll wait to hear from that. But your opinion and the way you have described in a very meticulous way was very valuable. I'm sure viewers will be able to put sense in what is going on here after hearing you and your thoughts, Nagesh.
Thank you very much. It was indeed my pleasure, and give my views on the judgment of the Supreme Court in Sabrimala case. Thank you very much, Chandrakant. It was pleasure being with you.
And Nagesh, we will meet again tomorrow to discuss some other aspects of human rights.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you on this very bright Monday morning in the Doctor Speak. And our guest doctor today is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So let me welcome Dr. Pooja without further ado.
Good afternoon, CK. Thank you so much.
Yes, doctor. I think today we would like to discuss about something related to the mental health, and there is a lot of confusion about the bipolar syndrome, and people don't seems to understand what is bipolar, what triggers it, and what are the symptoms, in fact, to identify those symptoms. So I think it is a good subject for us to discuss. So the first question would be from my side is, what is a bipolar? I think if you can explain this in very simple layman term for our viewers to understand, it will be great.
Yes, definitely. CK, as the term indicates that bi is two and the polar means poles. So this disorder basically is associated with the two different apart poles of mood swings, where suddenly a person is having a very hyperactivity mentally, physically, which can actually lead to very relentless decisions. And then there is a phase when this person comes down. So in a very, very low, or we say hypomaniac manner, and the intensity becomes very low in terms of energy, in terms of talking, in terms of having meals, don't want to talk to someone. So bipolar disorder is basically a disorder which is associated with the mood swings. So the mood swing basically are of two types. Either the person become very, very hyper or becomes very, very hypo. And the reason for the same is very difficult to come out with. So the major reason we come across is it can run in the families. We have seen it if somebody has a bipolar, which is very, very remarked, or you can say remarkably seen in the particular generation, is definitely getting inherited in the other generation. So that is one of the factor. But besides this, if we say the social factors are there, you can say the some sort of chemical incoordination in the brain can also lead to bipolar disorder. And unfortunately, It starts at a younger age, and as a parent or as a, you can say, healthcare professionals, we are not able to diagnose them right bang on time. So if we are able to do it, if the parents are more aware, if the society is more aware why the child is undergoing sudden ups and downs, mood swings are there, hormones play definitely one you know factor into it. But the sudden and sudden low and sudden high in children, if it can be diagnosed at a very early age, it can be, catered very nicely later on in the same cases. So I highly recommend that the pre-existing factors like ADHD, where the kids are very hyperactive, suddenly they start shouting, and they behave very normal after a while, and then suddenly they become very low. So this kind of mood upsets, if the frequency is very high, going to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist or maybe to a health professional or maybe having a group therapy can really help a lot. So bipolar disorder is a very chronic illness marked by severe mood swings. It can affect both the genders, women and men, but women are more vulnerable because of many reasons. They get into the maniac mode for the longer durations, which make them more vulnerable for the episodes in the future. So it is actually a thing which is not catered very nicely in the society. So we need to be more aware about it.
So, doctor, tell us, is this a disorder related to the age, or is it can happen to anyone at any time? Uh, what is the beginning, the first sign of having the bipolar syndrome?
Right. So the first thing is the age. Let's discuss about the age. It usually happens little later in the age. The early childhood, the indicators definitely they start popping up. Like I mentioned, ADHD. It can actually, if left untreated or uncatered, can lead to a little severity. I'm not saying bipolar only, but maybe in any other form it can come up. But yes, many of the ADHD cases, sooner or later, you can say in the adulthood, it starts affecting the person. So not at an early age, bipolar starts affecting. And second is uh, the age was the one thing that we were discussing, and second, I'm so sorry.
The second was,
Part of the question
can it
was,
happen to a particular type of people, or it can happen to anyone?
it can happen to anyone, but yes, people who are already having it, and they can definitely give it to their coming generation. So genetic effect is there. But otherwise, there as such, there is no particular age group you can say which gets affected, or it is not a gender biased thing. It can affect anyone. But yes, the like alcohol abuse cases, or you can say substance abuse cases that are there, they are more vulnerable towards the bipolar or the mental health other issues that are there. So they are more vulnerable towards it.
The reason I asked this question is primarily because I wanted to bring clarity that this is not related to genes. It could affect anyone having difficult situation or highs and lows, as you mentioned. So I think that is one point that is clear now. We have also seen that this affects very popular people. Maybe we don't hear about them, normal people, but we usually hear about the very successful people who are always in limelight and attracting media attraction. So does bipolar is a byproduct of becoming popular too soon, too early, or it could be non-related to your fame at all? It can happen to anyone, whether you are a successful person or you are a normal person. It could still affect you. What are the reasons behind it?
If we are talking specifically to the people who are very, very successful and there's an instant success is there, somehow I will say that the first reason in them is the drug or the alcohol abuse. So this is called as dual diagnosis. When the people who actually go very, very high and at a very high pace, they tend to suffer some kind of anxiety, no, which they are very easily able to cater for it by themselves. So the pre or maybe some other kind of thing. So which is a pre-existing factor in them, along with I would say alcohol or drug abuse can definitely take a person towards a bipolar syndrome. And the sad part is if it is left untreated, if it is left maltreated or is misdiagnosed, and if the societal or the family support is not there, it can end up in a suicidal cases as well. So in the very, very extreme cases, yes, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendencies in the people. And to an extent, when people are very successful, they tend to get into bad habits. So I would say the plus of the bad habits and the pre-existing factors can definitely lead to it. But if we are talking just that the person is going high and suddenly sees a low, so the mood changes are there. So again, the factor is not that they are suddenly successful or instant success and the money flows in. No, that is not the reason. But yes, if the sudden low is there, if they are not able to stabilize their mood, they are not able to control their emotions, they are not able to control that disturbance that is coming for a transient phase, it can definitely lead to some or the other mental disorder, or maybe later on bipolar as well, because we see many cases ending up unfortunately with the life, you can say, attempt to suicide or suicide. So yes, it actually affects.
So, Dr. Pooja, I mean, I'm like a normal layman. As a layman, I understand there are three scenarios. One is at time of dire strait. Many times we feel superhuman. We feel that there is an adrenaline rush, and we start doing things like a superhuman. And at times, as you mentioned, there could be a suicidal tendency. So there is one scenario where you take very difficult task and you probably finish it or perish doing that. Second is that for no reason you want to just have a suicidal tendency. And third is a bipolar. What is the difference between these three? And my second part of the question is suicidal tendency is necessarily part of a bipolar, or a trigger from bipolar causes the suicidal tendency? I mean, if you can just explain this in more detail, so it will help our viewers to understand where they stand.
Yes. So coming to the first part of the question where you say that adrenaline rush can lead to such kind of mood swings, definitely it leads to some kind of mood swings. But look at the sports people or people like us. We are able to cater for those emotional disturbances very easily. We have to get into that ritual of getting back to the daily chores or the target that is there. So failures are part of life for everyone. So the sooner or later they accept, so the better is their mental health. So coming to the again to the first question, adrenaline rush, the moment we are able to cater for the ups and downs in life or in success or in terms of money, many people are able to do it. This is why the human race is surviving. So it has nothing to do with the bipolar till the time. Say sports person, otherwise the moment they retire, so the adrenaline rush definitely goes down. So it never happens that in majority of the cases they stay very normal, or people like us. So sudden fame, sudden money, the till the time individual is able to control his ups and downs, he is not going to have very threatening kind of mental health issues or bipolar for sure. But coming to suicidal tendencies that people have, yes, bipolar has got a role. So there's the second part of question. So suicidal tendencies, it happens when the person is in extreme low, you can say. So we are very much aware that the anxiety, depression, societal pressures, familial pressures, career, money can all lead to these kind of tendencies. Or you can say, unfortunately, they mature as well into some kind of suicide, losing the life. But if you go towards the higher side of it, why the successful people, why the people are who are having money, so there's some kind of mental disturbance in the form of comorbidity, you say, or the pre-existing factor you say is already there, which is a very false notion in itself, because the bipolar, you can say, is running in the back and it is performing itself in a hypermaniac form. And in the hypermaniac form, when people are relentlessly deciding certain decisions, they can actually go for suicidal acts as well. So in both the cases, the suicide can happen because of the emotional low or emotional high as well. So we need to crack a balance. Somebody who is having these kind of tendencies, they definitely need a psychotherapy. It can be catered. Medications are also there. Counseling sessions are there. So the psychosocial therapies are there. It can actually help them out. And the third part of the question, that the bipolar is not that it always ends up in the suicide, but as I mentioned, that if it is associated with any kind of substance abuse, or you can say alcohol abuse, so if these factors are there, or drug abuse, you can say, people are taking drugs a lot these days, youngsters are taking a lot. So there's sudden mood changes that are there. In those mood changes, yes, they can definitely go for suicidal tendencies, but it's not that it is bipolar is highly marked with the suicidal tendency. But yes, if left untreated, as I mentioned, if left misdiagnosed, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendency. Because when they are in a very high mood, they are not able to decide certain things or make certain decisions in a very rational manner. So they somehow end up in these kind of unfortunate things.
I think the most important question is how do you identify? I think if somebody is having a bipolar syndrome, first of all, he will also not understand that he is actually bipolar, and the people around him also will not know. This guy is sometimes very angry on small things, and sometimes he's not at all attentive on things. So these are very normal things, which happens every day, maybe 5 times a day. How do you distinguish between a normal behavior and a bipolar behavior?
CCK, when it comes in the childhood phase, which I really insist, and majority of my talks and articles are on the childhood stage. So at that particular stage, since the bipolar does not manifest that early, but it exists in a very different and a pre-existing form like ADHD, which is pre-marked in children. You will see certain group of children who are very silent. They're okay. They fight with their fellow friends, but then again next day they are there. But again, you will be able to witness one odd child in the entire group or crowd, you say, who shrieks, who shouts, and then suddenly mellows down. Suddenly he will start or she'll start beating the younger ones, and suddenly you will say there's a change is there. After a week, they are having friendship with them again. So this is very normal. If somebody is listening, this is very normal. It happens with my kids, somebody will say. But if the frequency of these episodes is very, very high or is very repetitive, then definitely we have to conclude or diagnose that particular childhood mental health issues are there with the child. So it's very important that we as a parent or society try to identify these kind of things in children. They suddenly start talking to you, and then you will see there's abrupt change, then they don't want to talk to you, they are sitting in one corner. Probably they were very fond of reading or playing a certain sport, and sudden changes there where they don't want to go out and play sports. So these are the indicators in children. When it comes to the adult, so specifically talking about the women, since they are more vulnerable for certain reasons, you'll see there are drastic changes in the moods. You see a female suddenly shouting, she is having a discussion, a very normal discussion with the family or with friends. Suddenly she'll just pop up in anger. Or you will say that after a while she mellows down as well. And then she becomes very normal, as though nothing has happened. So again, the thing is very normal. It happens sometime. But if the episodes are in frequency and repetitive mode, it needs to be catered. So if somebody is sitting alone, not talking to someone who was very extrovert, very jolly natured person, but suddenly you see their hobby has changed, they don't want to pursue their hobby anymore, or you say they have conflicting relations in their professional life, which was not there earlier, or they are crying very often. So it is a very marked indicator in the female. As far as men are concerned, they are more into the hyper side. to be very frank. So if we say one of the example, if some particular person is a very good driver, and this guy or this men tend to have frequency of accidents, so it is an indicator. I'm just citing one small example, uh, though it is not 100% related to this particular thing, but a small example. Somebody is a good driver, suddenly he is meeting up with or ending up with many accidents frequently. So it can show some kind of relentless decisions that this guy is taking. So in men, they are comparatively very less vulnerable compared to women, but both the genders are definitely affected with it. So the indicators are very clear. Suddenly, you see a person is very jovial. During their high time, they tend to eat less food because so much of energy is there, and they feel like they're very confident. They can do anything, and suddenly they make some very big targets for themselves. And then after a week, or maybe say after a couple of years, you'll notice the same person who has set a very high target for himself or herself is not able to, or not wanting even to look at the target that he or she has set for herself. So these are the very clear indicators that come. But we have to definitely do the provisional diagnosis, that is it going towards the anxiety disorder, depression disorder. But if it is a mood swing, then it is a definitely an indicator for bipolar.
Excellent, doctor. I think these are the things which everyone should watch out, especially when they are having kids around them, to look for such symptoms. And once these identified, um, how long the treatment can go, especially, for example, there is a kid who's showing these symptoms about 7, 8 years or 10 years. How long this will take to correct this bipolar syndrome?
Right. So coming to this particular thing, that treatment part and how long it takes, there are different types of bipolar actually. Bipolar 1, 2, cytothyroid, which is related to the thyroid actually. So uh, in kids, if we regularize them with their scheduling of the day, their time management, their habits, hygiene habits, if we motivate them to follow them on regular basis, they can come up out of it by themselves, or with just a psychotherapy, or we say talk therapy. So in talk therapy also, majorly recommendations for the kids are to make them regularize or maybe little more disciplined, and be very very precautious about the kind of the diet they are taking. Diet has to be less in carbs, because diet has got some sort of effect on bipolar as well. So treatment in kids can last for just the, if you're talking about the psychotherapy, it can just be catered in a month time, maybe 6 months to 1 year time. But in elders, it varies definitely, and it depends on the type of bipolar disorder they are undergoing. For certain bipolar 1, it will take many years. But many bipolar cases, they only need treatment when they are in a very high phase, you know, when their phase is very, very high, or when they melt down. So these are only the two phases for which the medication is recommended. But as far as psychotherapy is concerned, or the counsel with the psychiatrist is concerned, they definitely go ahead little bit. But with kids, it can be early diagnosed and can be beautifully treated just with the psychotherapy itself in a couple of months, and kids can come out of it.
Uh, Doctor, I think I would like to ask you the one question which is related to the medicine, and there are all sorts of treatment which are available. So some treatment can be harmful, will show some side effect, and then there are some treatment which does not show side effect. So are there treatment available like homeopathy, where the side effect may be less, it's less tedious to follow, people feel comfortable? Are there treatment available for the bipolar in medicines like homeopathy, Ayurveda, etc.?
Yes, yes, definitely, CK. The medication is definitely available, but it has to be there with the very good psychotherapy as well, to be very frank. because that is a part, because the counseling is one part which can cater for the early symptoms, or maybe when the highs and lows are there, where we can train the person how to deal with it, how to deal when somebody is very, very angry. So we teach them about the deep breathing exercise and many other mindfulness techniques that are available. So we teach them. But yes, along with them, there are alternative medicines which are available, which take some time because it is a chronic illness or disorder. So it takes some time to get off. But if the triggering factor is still there, nothing will work. If somebody has got drug or alcohol abuse, bipolar disorder, so I would say that they need first to be catered for their substance induced bipolar, and then the bipolar treatment be given. Yes, in homeopathy, Ayurveda, or alternative medicines, acupuncture also is very effective in bipolar. So yes, the treatment is definitely available.
Fantastic. It was lovely talking to you, Dr. Pooja, today. And this is a very important subject. I think, like any other mental disorder, we tend to overlook these symptoms and say, that, hey, this is part of our life, and probably he's just angry on certain things without analyzing. So I think, thank you very much for giving us a lot of information on how to identify what symptoms to look at, and then how do you treat a bipolar syndrome. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you today, and thank you very much for finding time and coming on this show. We will catch up next week again on something more interesting for the people.
I appreciate for the opportunity, CK. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Bye bye, Dr. Pooja. Until next time.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today I would like to discuss about the new tax reform which has been announced by the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. But before I give you a little bit more detail about what has been achieved so far in last 6 years by the current dispensation, I think it is important to go back in history and see why we are in this place today as we are. Um, there used to be a feudal system where the king will get the tax collected from his his lower ministers and so on, and there was a pyramid. So ultimately the tax used to be collected in the form of grains, and the ultimately the people in India were giving the grains as their contribution to the kingdom. So this was mostly the feudal system, which was also present in China, and it was also present in entire Europe. So this was a feudal system, and there were a lot of disadvantages in that system because there was no very strong law at that point in time. What if you don't have? What if there is a drought? What if there is a pandemic? So those things were not covered under the law because the kings used to change frequently, and since it was a monarchy, they can demand whatever they could. So the first known reform was done by a guy called Alauddin Khilji. Now in India, we know this person as a sort of a tyrant because he was anti-India Indian natives, and he killed his father-in-law to acquire the power. But the whole thing is that in the 1300 AD, he created a tax system which still exists today. And well, his tax system was very process oriented. Um, it had a bit of feudalism in it, but it was still a well defined tax system, which was managed by keeping records. And then the tax was calculated, and how much each person owe, and why he owes that much tax. So reasons, rights, and duties all were defined by Alauddin Khilji. Why? Because Alauddin Khilji, even though he was a ruler, but before he acquired uh, the position of a ruler, he actually was an accountant for the king. He was also son-in-law of the king. So he created a system. There were uh, uh, there were a lot of good things in taxation system, but Indians hated it because the whole ideology behind this tax system was to make sure that the Indians who are non-Muslims were marginalized. And the idea behind the whole tax system is that if you are non-Muslims were taxed more, and so much so that they should not be able to even ride a horse. So that was very well written agenda of the Alauddin Khilji's tax reform, which he carried out somewhere between 1300 to 1400 AD. And the whole idea was to control the money which is there, a lot of gold and silver which was there in India, all that was confiscated by the kingdom of Alauddin, and made sure that all non-Muslims are marginalized and became very, very poor, probably died. So that is why most of the non-Muslim Indians do not like this character, even though I will give him full credit to first create a system which was a well-defined tax system. That continued, the tyranny of the Islamic world continued in India, and then the British arrived. And then British also had the feudal system in their own country. But then they realized, this system is better than theirs. So they actually adapted that system. And then since the British had colonies around the world, they modified the system, the tax system, which was started by Alauddin, and took it to all their colonies and implemented it. So since British had a lot of colonies from Americas to Far East, most of the countries today uses that system. So I think if you go back in history, Alauddin Khilji had a major role to play in formatting the tax system of the world today, in whatever form it is. Now let's come back to the present. This is just a background, why we're talking about the tax system. The background of problems India had because of tax is because the nationalization was done in 70s during emergency period. That means you have to work with a public agency, and the private players will be again marginalized. I think the whole ideology of the nationalization movement was to marginalize any private activity, because it was assumed that anyone who's doing private business is actually not honest. So this was the whole ideology, and because of that, the tax system which evolved from that point was all public enterprise centric and anti-private enterprise. So because of that, the India lost in a very big way against the biggest competition, which is China, because both countries were highly populous countries, both got independence at the same time. Both were poor in 1947, 1949 era, but China was able to come out of that clutches of that lawlessness, which India continued, because any innovation was not was not considered as an innovation. It was considered as something which is not great for the country. So much so that anyone who invented new thing was also shut down, and he was not allowed to do any new innovation or invention, and so on and so forth. Even for the industrialists, If they grow beyond certain limit, they were actually taxed more. So there was no incentive for business to grow beyond a point. Business people started feeling, oh, what should I do? Why should I grow more? Because I'll be taxed more. So let me continue, below this threshold, so that at least I will continue. I don't want to attract any headache, unnecessary headache. And because of that, China took a leap and India stayed behind. So when this dispensation led by Mr. Narendra Modi came in 2014, they were on a mission to change everything when it comes to taxation. They did so many tax reforms. They removed so many draconian. They brought GST. They got rid of the excise and sale tax. There are still a few products which are covered under excise and sale tax, but by and large, everything is centralized based on GST mechanism, and because of that, the tax became very transparent. Because if you are doing some business, if you invoice somebody, you will collect the GST, and then it will be shown in the document. So going away from that parallel economy which was running since 70s till 2014. Now, if you look at the Indian economy, it is something like $2.5 to $3 trillion economy. But some people say that the parallel economy, which is not accounted by the government, which is cash economy, is even bigger than this. So the whole idea is to bring that parallel economy back into the legitimate way of doing business, so that India becomes much richer, much power in the world, economic power in the world, and also production powerhouse, which China has shown to the world. What you can do if you train people, skill them properly. And to do that, you need money, because government does not make any money. Government is not in the business of making money. The government is in the business of governance. They make laws, they implement, they make sure that people follows, and people pay tax. That money is used to create benefit for the society. So this is how the whole system works. So after GST, the tax actually start increasing, and but that is not sufficient. Still a lot of people are out of the tax bracket. One of the big reason was because in 70s, when the nationalization happened, the tax department was used as sort of a agency to harass people. So if you get a tax notice, it is worse than getting a police FIR. You will be so much harassed. So people used to get very scared to get any tax department notices. So I think today's reform, which Prime Minister Modi announced, is very important. What are the key things in today's announcement? One is a completely faceless tax department. That means if you're based in Delhi, your tax officer will not be based in Delhi. In fact, you will not even know who's your tax officer. And in case that some discrepancies found in your tax returns, then the person who is actually acting upon your tax will be different than who is actually assessing it. So, it will be totally transparent, it will be totally driven. And how the allocation of who will work on what application or what case will be determined by an AI based engine. So even the tax people will not have any control what cases they have to work on today. So they come to their desk and they open their system and they see number of cases. So every day that list will change. So this system is very important. I think probably it is happening for the first time in any country across the world, where if suppose I am a tax officer, I will not have any personal relationship with any business or any individual in my city or anywhere in the country. So nobody will know me as my first name, last name. Nobody will, even if they know me, people will have to also understand that next time the person or the face will be different. So one person will not be following one case at all. It will keep changing. So this is so important. So it will give rise to transparency in the system. It will give rise to process the cases in a very diligent manner without any prejudice. Because what happens is, if there is a human being, you start developing relationship with him, whether cash or kind, and then that is the starting point of the parallel economy. Because then, this tax officer can give you some favors, or you can seek some favors in return of something. So all that possibility is going away. The tax itself has been modified quite a bit. What it was in 2013 and before, it has been modified quite a bit. It's completely online. Your transactions are completely online. In fact, if you look at India as a country, India is setting up the world record in digital payments. Uh, Even though we are not 100% covered in digital payments, but India is such a large country. If most of the people are paying digitally, it will have a big impact. So all the transactions are online, therefore it can be tracked. The taxations are again online. There is a process around it. It can be tracked. And now, in today's announcement, it is faceless. That means there is a lot of AI being used to make sure that there are no unnecessary harassment of the people. The people who are honestly paying taxes should not be unnecessarily given any notices. And even if somebody gets a notice, he can submit his document electronically, and those will be uh, processed or worked upon by people who are not ever be related to this individual. So this is why this tax reform is a game changer. I'm sharing the link of the Government of India website, which you can see. A lot of information is available on this link. You can see it down here. But friends, do write to me, reach out to me in case you have any suggestions or any comments on this one. But I am very excited as a businessman that for the first time anywhere in the world, such a profound tax reform has taken place, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you very much, dear viewers. I will catch up with you again tomorrow. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows, they are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come. across, because there's social distancing and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it or not speaking correctly or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart, and I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. Within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers the culture changes in India, and therefore the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone, and bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for a money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it's a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is the internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve, and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now in written word, someone writes it and someone reads it, and when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world, and therefore the youngsters, the what do we call the millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. In Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace. And therefore, a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture, and to tell the viewers and the listeners, it depends on how much do you bow, whether it is a 90-degree or even, lesser or even more. Depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are going both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of another person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable, but that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but uh, there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college-going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which uh, may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Jeremy Blaine Live. As the name suggests, we have Jeremy Blaine with us, and Jeremy does not require any special introduction. He has worked as a chief executive in the leadership role across the world, and we are very honored to have Jeremy with us. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So I don't want to basically waste time of our viewers. I will straight away start asking you about the digital age, which has finally arrived. We needed a virus to bring the digital age. But nevertheless, it is here. But what does it mean? I want to take your opinion on that.
Well, you've got that absolutely right. We're finally there. In fact, it's synonymous with Industry 4.0, which is defined as the digital age. So it's a natural progression of where we've come through from the different industrial revolutions. And this one is defined as the physical, the biological, and the digital coming together. So the best example of that I can give you is kind of, let's say, a wearable. So if you've got an Apple Watch or technology in your clothes, it's starting to use things that we're having together, not just the handsets in our phone. We're at the very beginning of this now, and thinking about so-called digital transformation actually for many years, but you're absolutely right. It took the pandemic to be the biggest accelerator of digital transformation since the iPhone in 2007.
So Jeremy, I think the subject about digital age, whether it is here or it is not here, or is it going to be status quo, I think these are all old stuff. So I think we can just move ahead from there. I want to ask you, from your network and your colleagues, what are they talking about? What are the opportunities for small businesses going forward?
Well, you heard me say so-called digital transformation because I agree with you. We talk about it so much, and it almost overwhelming for many organizations. And in fact, many organizations have failed in digital transformation. According to IBM and Forbes, 84% are failing in strategy execution as far as digital adoption goes. And one of the reasons for that was because they were focused mainly on the technology, because it was so kind of, this word digital kept coming. But also a very big key component part of this was that in a piece of research that I did last year around this state of digitalization, essentially, we found that across 3 continents, 40% of all leaders were just simply not ready. And that was not ready in their head as well as not ready in capability. But I'm happy to say, actually, I've pulled out a few things from that India was one of the top performing countries stroke regions in the world around that, and Asia Pacific as a whole, if I count South Asia in that as well, is really the accelerating region. So the big opportunity is actually to stop talking about it as digital transformation and start talking about it as whole business transformation. It's not about having a digital strategy. It's a strategy for a digital world, essentially. So the big opportunity for small, medium businesses, as much as large businesses who are really struggling, actually, is to start to think about what are the component parts of that journey that, yes, bring together the technology part, but most importantly, bind together the human touch and the human heart of our businesses, because that's where success will happen.
So, Jeremy, as you mentioned that even the large corporations are struggling. So I think the biggest confusion today is that they allowed work from home to all their employees. And in fact, Google announced that they will have work from home for next 3 years across the world. But that is not the transformation. I think the impact of this is much profound. And there are going to be some businesses which will have to close their shops, or there are some other businesses which have to transform into something else, and there are new businesses which will come and acquire those places which are a quasi between digital and physical space. So next 1 year or 2 years, what are the opportunities for Indian companies? Why I'm asking this question, Jeremy, because let me explain. Slightly longer question, but let me explain. You see, India drives the IT of the world today, as some people speak. But I think it's a collective responsibility. But there are $15 billion business, which happens usually until 2019, uh, from India to the rest of the world. And it's not a small number, 50 to $100 billion of IT projects which were happening out of India. So what will happen to that realistically? So I think I'll take, you're a best person to ask this question. What are the opportunities? Because there are a lot of confusion in the field. People are waiting for status quo.
Yes, and in fact, I strongly believe this is the coming of markets like India that are strongly invested in infrastructure, that have a workforce which is very tech savvy, very millennial driven, if you like, but perhaps hasn't realized that potential as yet. This is the coming of age. You mentioned a point about this where we are right now. If I go back when I say just 30 weeks or so to the beginning of this year, 44% of all companies in the world did not even allow remote working, let alone be geared up for it. Over 80% of them by the end of March 2020 were scrabbling to do it. This is absolutely the opportunity out there in terms of infrastructure, beyond systems and platforms. This is about, for me, firmly believe, because of where India is in this marketplace, it is about being a champion of ecosystems for me. It is around taking that out to the world to say, forget individual systems and platforms. You need everything to talk together. This is, if you like, the way that we might introduce the Internet of Things, for example. But in the business realm, we need everything to talk together. This is the opportunity for many businesses in India and outside of India to start to think differently and bind things together. And it's a very interesting point that you mentioned about this. Where do we go from here? There are too many organizations and business leaders talking about, oh, I can't wait to go back to ... or back to normal, whatever. I'm about going forward to possibilities. There is no greater possibility than now. And you're absolutely right, CK, is that there are companies that are going to fail. But this is a hugely transformational period that we're in, and it's not going to last very long, because this is where we are now, that those organizations that have managed to shift and change are the ones that are really accelerating. And this is where we'll see accelerated success, accelerated failure. But I have to point to some of the research that I did last year and evolved this year as well, as far as how well positioned India is. In terms of the 10 key factors that drive a high proportion of readiness and willingness to do this and capability of them, India are at the top of the list. This is being able to understand what a digital visioning is all about, a leadership commitment and capability that this is the way forward, a readiness to do this in India and outside it, the fact that progress has been made, and that things like adopting agile is there, being cyber secure is at the heart of the solutions that are coming out of India, being able to measure the more digital aspects of where we're going, because we shouldn't be looking at measuring our businesses how we used to. What are the digital measures that help us understand that we're making progress and helping big data make our decisions? If India, who are clearly at the top of the list of this, start to deliver and repeat that mantra outside it, that's where I think the growth can come from exponentially. The time's now, CK.
Yes, I think I also agree the time is now, but I see a lot of people in and around me in my office and in the neighborhood. They are still waiting for the good times to come back. They don't want to get out of this whole syndrome of not being able to meet somebody for a meeting. Like, for example, we are meeting digitally here, and that is a reality. But some of these people are very shy to meet. But let me get out of this rut and ask you a totally different question. You see, before the pandemic started, the era was fintech. We used to hear about fintech and a lot of transformation which was being brought by the tier 2 segment of the financial technology, because large banks are already transformed many years back. So they were already on the path of transforming the middle tier and the lower tier. But after the pandemic, it's the med tech and ed tech. These are the two new words which have come up. However, I must say that even these companies are only using this med tech and ed tech as a buzzword. I don't think anything is being done in that era. I mean, if you go to schools, simply using Google, technology to show your face is not teaching. So I think the time is now to create an application which will transform physical school into digital one. And similarly in medtech. So I think there are opportunities, and I'd like to take your opinion about that.
I fundamentally agree on this, and there are actually, I must say though, there are pockets of excellence, certainly within the health field. I think we see now, we heard the news last night about Pfizer, and about kind of how they're accelerating things apart as far as a vaccine goes, whatever. These are the small points that help it, but it's not, my way of looking at it, it's not joined together yet. So there are pockets of digitalized excellence, but it's not together. And I think one of the reasons why that is that we haven't got the unleashing backup technology yet in place that allows us to really drive the power behind this. So I'm talking about 5G technology, which is about 10 times as fast as 4G, microcomb technology, where by its kind of a chipset that would essentially allow you to download a terabyte of data in a few seconds, which is from then beyond that is quantum. These are the unleashing of things, smart cities, and binding a lot of these technologies together. But I think you're right, is that many industries that are talking about it, and there is far more talking about it around ed tech, learn tech, insure tech, fintech, health tech, you name it. There's lots of new vocabulary, by the way, which is being invented at the same time as well, which is also confusing. But education is a really interesting one for me, because I also have worked in the L&D industry, corporate, for corporate training and corporate consulting for a while. And there's so much talk about it, but it really hasn't driven, and gone forward enough in the time. In fact, I'm going to be working with VIT quite soon in terms of consulting into them and advising them in terms of how ed tech can really start to come in to not just support what they're doing as an organization with their, with their students, with their undergraduates and postgraduate students, but also the link and the bridge to the workplace and how that is. So there's a lot of great organizations and great educational establishments, particularly in India, who are really thinking about this, but binding it together is very difficult. Another one where actually I think there is more progress, and one less obvious one is from space and the use of satellites. I think you may have heard the news about, I don't know when, it was about a few months ago, when Elon Musk launched this array of satellites that you can see sometimes going across the world, this sort of line of data. This is about to unleash the power of observational data. Now, where it was a little bit like you describe, insurance or education, are talking about ed tech and what have you. Yes, Earth observation data, that's great. It's our satellites giving us data on whether it's a data source from up here, giving us some information from here. That is now being transcended by not just a better array of things up here, but actually things that are on the ground at the same time. And that's called geospatial data. And that's like between an 8 to 12 times kicker between the power of data. And what that means is it brings all different sources of data to go beyond prediction, what we call predictive data, into prescription, prescribing the best of options moving forward, because we've got enough information. So these things are starting to come together, and I anticipate them to accelerate over this year. When I say this year, this next coming year, 2021. And by 2022, if we have this same conversation again, I think we could point to giant leaps rather than small changes.
Yes, Jeremy. In fact, we have heard about this. It's called Starlink by Elon Musk. It's a company which is being powered by Falcon X.
Yeah.
And I think they will have to have, if this succeeds, this is going to replace the 5G of Huawei. So I think we are all waiting for it and quite excited, because if there are 4 satellites on my head, then I can have pretty much a very high speed of connectivity. So I think we are all waiting for the hardware side of it. But I think there is still a lot of scope when we say digital. So there is still a lot of scope to convert the whole perception of doing business. For example, there is going to be a lot of AI, which is going to come up in a big way, predictive learning. There are a lot of applications waiting to happen in ed tech and health tech. But I don't see too much activity, especially from Indians. I will say that frankly, I don't see too many apps being developed by Indian companies which are sitting on the forefront of the IT revolution here.
What's interesting when you mention this is that while India, based on the research that I did, is very well positioned, I have to agree with you that the potential just simply isn't being realized. And when we understand, when we kind of go into why, and when we start to look at what you're just saying right there, we come to the human touch, which I would argue is stifling the acceleration of change. So, for example, the way I talk about it sometimes is to say that there is 20th century thinking and there's 21st century thinking. Now, there are a lot of really fantastic, great organizations that were started that are flourishing in the 21st century in India at the moment as well. And it's those and around the world that are the ones that have slowed in terms of their digital acceleration, if you like. It's the newer companies that are growing, which are the ones that are more ready to move forward. And there are some great examples of companies right around the world, actually, small startups that are making a big difference. But one of the problems is that to shift thinking from 20th century mindset is not just about, we've got to now start thinking about digital. We've got to start thinking about our workforce being a completely different beast, not based in bricks and mortar, remote, a mixed workforce, or I call it a blended workforce, permanent workers, but equally independent workers who are part of our team. We don't have even structures that can manage that particularly well beyond managed services. We need a completely different mentality about what our culture in organizations needs to adapt and look at for the digital era. We need to bring our people with us. But in the research that I did, I go back to the point that 40% of leaders globally were not ready for this. 40% of that total were not even willing. They were apathetic. It's not my problem. I'm retiring in 5 years. It's somebody else's problem. This is not the attitude that we need. We need some of these leaders to stand up and be counted and say, you know what? I don't know all of this stuff and I need it. So we need to get beyond the traditional hierarchical approach that we're looking at, the position and authority that we might have, and the pride of not being able to admit that maybe we need to develop ourselves. Great example in Singapore, ABS Bank. The CEO, very enlightened CEO, Piyush Gupta, who held his hand up a few years ago and said, we need to be digital. And I don't know what this is. Neither do my management team. We need to get really uncomfortable with this. So they did a series of hackathons, they committed to it, they learned it, he learned it as well. And they're now voted for, I think, the 3rd year running the best digital bank in the world. Their whole vision and purpose has changed beyond the bottom line, saying our whole sense of being is to make banking joyful. That is not a vision I've heard before, and so, but that is a vision for the digital era, because that actually unleashes a new way of thinking. How can we use technologies to do this? So, how can we mobilize technologies, as in put it onto our mobile, be mobile first driven, go beyond our bricks and mortars banks to have different relationships with our clients and attract millennials and Generation Z who view banking in a completely different way to what you and I do, CK. They have no interest in traditional banks. They're going for the new breed of banks like Starling, Monzo, GoHenry, these kind of things that are out there. So I think when we come back to India, there is, I think, the difference between the new breed of organizations and some of the traditional organizations is speed and perfection, actually. So speed, that ability to be agile and do things quickly, but also that ability to think that we do not need 100% solution. In fact, the co-CEO Jessica Tan of a Chinese insurance company called Ping An, said, actually, speed is the competitive advantage these days. A 70% solution can kill us. So, we have to be comfortable in getting a 70% solution out there and not waiting for 100% solution, because the pace of change in technology these days means that you're constantly evolving it. It's like when we download an app, the very next day we're getting version 1.1, with a patch, and it's completely normal. SpaceX, we talked about Elon Musk before. It took him, 13 times to get that rocket up into space. Look at it now. So I think there's lots of things going on there, but it is fundamentally an attitude piece at human level first, and that ability to think differently about what our businesses need to be to accelerate digital.
In fact, Jeremy, there are a few businesses which are going through major trouble right now because of pandemic. I think there are serious issues related to the print media because nobody's buying. there is a serious threat to advertisers because there is no need to advertise because nobody is buying. So I think the whole scenario of business is in a limbo. I think you have given enough examples to our viewers, and I know for sure you are truly a global citizen, and you work with a lot of chief executives helping them in their journey. So I think the whole intention for me to bring you to Jeremy Blaine Live is to make sure that your message goes to some of these startups and SMEs which are struggling or not sure how to do things. They can actually come back to you and ask for your advice. So I think this is one of the things that we should do actually.
Yeah, actually, what's very interesting, after we did the piece of research last year that I'm talking about, what we realized was the how-to model or thing to help organizations through it. We had to invent one. Because it's great, I can read McKinsey, I can read what Accenture is saying it, and they're looking at various component parts of this transformation, but not the whole thing. So actually, I had to invent a model, which I call the ticking clock, which actually does help organizations through this step by step in terms of 3 stages and 11 steps. Just kind of very, very simply trying to bring things together, because I do reinforce the point. What's important is coming away from the terminology digital transformation and looking at whole business model transformation, and then considering what that digital, technological, human component part is and how that links to our customers for the future as well. And ultimately that's where we are. And I think one company in India, Tata Consulting, for example, well, in fact, the whole kind of organization is in a superb position to be the champion for Indian business outside of India, and to start actually sponsoring, and I know they do have these incubators within the organization that is sponsoring a lot of these smaller organizations within India. And I think it's time to give them that springboard and start to really shout out loud, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do versus kind of California and Mountain View. You need to talk to us.
That's right. I think that's a very good message that you have given. I think we can end our discussion today because digital transformation is a very, very huge subject, and it's huge, and it may be very different for different people. So I think you are here with us, and that is a very good thing because a lot of knowledge is there within your pedigree, your network, and anybody who wants to get into digital transformation can reach out to you, can reach out to us. We can connect you with that person, and you're already working with worldwide CXOs, helping many organizations. So I think with that, we can end our discussion. Jeremy, it was certainly my greatest pleasure to talk to you, and we will catch up next Tuesday with some other interesting business subject.
Episode 2 coming your way. Thank you very much, CK.
Thank you and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Goon.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 of a beautiful week. And we've got some interesting news, in the outer atmosphere. Can we call space the outer atmosphere, do you think?
Well, you can call it a quantum space because atmosphere ends at 200 kilometers.
True.
But beyond that is quantum space. So it has something. It has ions. It has gravity. It has a little bit of atoms in the outer space. It's not completely void of material. It has a lot of material even in the void of the space, as we call it. But the great news is there are two asteroids which are going to fly by Earth. The chances of hitting Earth is very remote, but they are going to fly by Earth very close. And it's Tuesday today, so probably from some of the countries we can saw in the night. We can see in the night that these two asteroids will probably leave a trail in the upper atmosphere, and probably if somebody has a good telescope, they can see it also.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see NASA. I mean, NASA's streaming things live currently, as I saw earlier this morning. These are not small asteroids either. These are quite big, which is why they're leaving such a trail behind them. But as you say, fortunately, our scientists have already been able to predict that they're not going to hit the Earth.
Well, thanks to Mr. Johannes Kepler, in the 15th century, he created the law of motion for the planetary objects. So that still works, and I think it's very easy to calculate the path, looking at the speed and all that. So we are not going there, but I think these asteroids are substantially large. Both of them have a diameter of 19 meters, something like 55 feet. And if they were to hit Earth, they would have created a bit of a fireball situation. Either in the atmosphere if they break apart, or if they hit Earth, there could be a dangerous and disastrous consequences.
Yeah, the likelihood is if they'd got that close, they'd have probably just burnt up. But let's hope that it takes some of the space debris with it that we've been creating over the years. Maybe that's a way of paying back. But the nice thing about this is we can't control asteroids, can we? We can't control their movement. We can maybe deflect them a little bit if we send a rocket towards it and blow it up or something. But it's nature in action. We can't.
Well, there is a very interesting point that you raised. You say that we can't control the celestial bodies. That is, to an extent, is true to an extent. But here I will say something. See, there was a Russian scientist who created levels of civilizations, and the level of civilization based on how much energy output they use. So today we are at a level which is not even type 0 civilization. That means type 0 is, in fact, we are type 0, not type 1. The type 1 is the civilization which can control all aspects of their home planet. So you can control weather, you can control climate, you can control earthquakes, whatever happens with the planet. You can control everything. And the energy output, people can Google it. These are all mentioned on the Google. They can find out how much energy output will be used by the type 1 civilization. So since we are not type 1, we are type 0 or something like 60 to 65% of becoming type 1. So yet we don't have the technology to deflect the asteroids, but then a lot of work is being done. In fact, destroying asteroids is not the solution. The deflection is the solution. You can't, if you destroy the asteroid, the debris will come straight away, continue on the same path. But if you deflect them, the chances are then the planet can survive. So we don't have the technology yet, but there are methods of using for deflection. There could be a giant mirror which will the sun's light, make one side of the asteroid heat up, and that lighter, so that becomes lighter, and that creates an imbalance in the path of the asteroid, and it can get deflected. The other way is very simple. You can send a giant robot on the asteroid which will paint one side of the asteroid white color, and then naturally the asteroids will get heat up and then change the path. So there are various ways of doing it. There new ways also which we will find once we achieve more advancements in our technology and start consuming more energy which is being sent to us from space. So I think the chances are that technology is developing, but I think in future we will be able to deflect dangerous celestial bodies.
Well, I think you're probably right. And the interesting thing is, I mean, I'm a Formula One fan, and they talk about slipstream. So you can have one car in front of the other. And because the car in front is punching into the air at 180 odd miles an hour, nearly 200 miles an hour, it's creating a sort of a little vacuum. And what it does is, obviously, that car can move through that slipstream quite well because it's punching a hole into it, but the car behind gets a drag effect. So I'm sure we've got some fantastic scientists around the world recognizing that if we create a huge pull from somewhere else, and I know there's no we haven't got the air content that we have on the ground level here. So there's it's 1/10, I think, in space. Don't quote me on that one, but it's a lot smaller. But there's certainly the drag effect. You know, maybe so we can sort of suck it away by sending a rocket by the side of it and creating a drag. But all these scientists are, you know, clearly working on something out there. But there is something, we are connected. You know, quantum physics, quantum math says we are all connected in some sort of way. So we're slightly connected to the asteroids out there. So if you feel a little whoosh as it goes past, you're more connected than others, maybe. But the thing about today is we can't really control it. But there is one thing in life we can control, and that's ourselves. So for the rest of the week, just remember that you can control yourself. So control your actions going forward and have a fantastic week ahead.
Well, I have a point there also. Yesterday, I read in the newspapers that either it's UK or US, I'm not remembering quite well, but some scientists have proven memory chip implant works in the brain of pigs.
Well, it's not surprising, is it? I mean, we can stimulate. I mean, there's been some amazing work done over the last 20 years about how you can stimulate certain electrodes in the brain. As to whether that's, you know, moving towards the Doctor Who version of Cybermen, you know, where your brain's controlled by somebody else, I'm not really sure. But you know, let's hope that these people that are experimenting in this way are using it for a greater cause rather than just to create another robot army.
Well, the point is we can control ourselves till the time we don't reach type 1 civilization. So control till the time you can.
And there you go. And that's how we're going to leave today. Enjoy the rest of your week, guys. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, मैं कंचन हूँ अकुलमच टेक्नोलॉजी से एंड यू आर वेलकम टू अवर शो. और जैसे कि आप जानते हैं कि आज 2 अक्टूबर है, एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट दिन है और इस विषय में हम बात करेंगे। विषय है हमारा स्वदेशी मूवमेंट, जो कि हमारे प्रिय गांधी जी ने शुरू किया था। और इस विषय पे बात करने के लिए हमारे बीच है सितेश श्रीवास्तव, जो कि बहुत कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनिंग में बहुत इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं और वाइडली ट्रेवल्ड पर्सनालिटी हैं। तो वेलकम टू द शो सितेश, हाउ आर यू टुडे?
धन्यवाद कंचन, बहुत ही बेहतरीन और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आज, एंड आई एम वेरी वेरी फाइन. इट्स अ ग्रेट डे ऑन माय साइड. एंड हाउ आर यू डूइंग?
Yeah, I'm fine. And since morning हम लोग टीवी देख रहे हैं, and I'm also discussing about Gandhi ji with my children. तो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना आज अपने जो हमारे दर्शक हैं उनको एक मूवमेंट जो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहा ब्रिटिश रूल के समय, उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट रहे, तो उसके बारे में डिस्कस करते हैं। वो है स्वदेशी मूवमेंट।
इससे अच्छा कोई डिस्कशन का विषय नहीं हो सकता आज के दिन। और ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि महात्मा गांधी को आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखा जाए, ना कि एक आइडियल किताब के तरीके से जैसा कि हम उन्हें देखते आए हैं। और जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट है स्वदेशी, वो स्वदेशी आंदोलन गांधी जी का बहुत ही प्रिय विषय रहा है। और न सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में, बल्कि जब उन्होंने अफ्रीका में, साउथ अफ्रीका में जब उन्होंने इसकी शुरुआत की, सत्याग्रह के जब उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट्स बनाए, वहां से उन्होंने ये जो शुरुआत की बहिष्कार की, टू डू अवे विद द वर्ल्डली पोजीशंस एज मच एज पॉसिबल इज ऑल्सो अ वे ऑफ रेजिस्टेंस। वहां से शुरुआत होती है स्वदेश की और स्वदेशी की। सो कंचन, स्वदेशी एज वी नो इज मेड बाय टू, स्व और देश। सो गांधी जी ने इसको साउथ अफ्रीका में पॉपुलराइज किया, उसको उन्होंने समझा और उसके बाद उन्होंने स्वराज थ्रू स्वदेशी वो उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान में प्रैक्टिस करने की शुरुआत करी। एंड टू टेल everyone on our listenership, 1906 में it actually a clarion call was given by महात्मा गांधी कि वो बहिष्कार करें और अंग्रेजों के सामान का, जो हिंदुस्तान से ही कच्चा माल ले जाते थे और वहां से उसको प्रोसेस्ड गुड्स बनाकर लाकर हिंदुस्तान में वो प्रॉफिट कमाते थे, उसके अगेंस्ट में बापू ने देश की जनता को ब्रिटेन से बने सामान, कपड़े और मसालों का बहिष्कार करने का आह्वान किया। एंड आई एम ग्लैड, आई मीन 1906 में भी we had some great visionaries who understood the idea behind Gandhi's Swadeshi movement, and we find some early stage entrepreneurs of India and industrialists of India in those days. What do you say?
Yes, ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट मूवमेंट रहा हमारी पूरे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में। जैसे कि आपने बताया कि 1906 में ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था। एक्चुअली ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था विद द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, जो कि लॉर्ड कर्जन ने किया था। और ये जो मूवमेंट, इसका शुरुआत जो की थी वो बाल गंगाधर तिलक जैसे लोगों ने की थी, बिपिन चंद्र, लाला लाजपत राय। बट जो एक शेप दी स्वदेशी की गांधी जी ने, वो बहुत, उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट। अब थोड़ा सा पीछे जाते हैं हिस्ट्री में, तो आपको तो पता है कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाना जाता था। तो सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ सोना चांदी है, बट यहाँ पे मसाले हुआ करते थे, यहाँ पर बहुत ही उम्दा टेक्सटाइल हुआ करते थे। और हालांकि ऋग्वेद में भी टेक्सटाइल का जिक्र आया है और वहाँ उस समय ये बताया कि कितना फाइन कॉटन से फाइन कपड़ा बनाया जाता था। तो इसकी जो पॉपुलैरिटी है इंडिया के क्लोथ की, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल की, इंडिया के रहन सहन की, इंडिया के मसालों की, वो बहुत समय से पूरे दुनिया में इसका चर्चा रही है। और आपको मैं बताऊं बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट कि 1700 में इंग्लैंड में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि वहां पे एक्चुअली उस समय या तो वुलन क्लोथ पहने जाते थे जो ब्रिटिशर्स थे, या लेदर के क्लोथ पहनते थे, और जब समर्स होती थी तो थोड़े हल्के फुल्के कपड़े पहनते थे। तो उस समय बहुत डिमांड बढ़ गई थी इंडियन के बुने हुए क्लोथ्स की। तो 1700 में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि कोई भी इंपोर्ट नहीं किया जाएगा चाइना से, पर्शिया से और इंडिया से। अब जब ये लॉ पास हुआ तो कई सारे लोग थे वो नाराज भी हो गए कि आफ्टर ऑल एक जो मलमल होता है, कॉटन से बुना हुआ मलमल होता है, वो बहुत ही फाइन कपड़ा था जो पहन के जो अच्छा लगता था। तो जब ये लोग जब ब्रिटिशर्स यहाँ पर उन्होंने ये चीज को पहचाना तो उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा टैक्सेस, जो हमारे वीवर्स थे उन पे इतने सारे टैक्सेस कर दिए कि वो लोग अल्टीमेटली कुछ कर ही नहीं पाए, रॉ मटेरियल ले नहीं पाए, और धीरे धीरे करके ये जो इंडियन टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री थी वो उसका पूरा सर्वनाश हो गया, और इट्स वेरी ट्रेजिक।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कंचन। और गांधी जी ने जब इस बात को समझा और हिंदुस्तान में उन्होंने बिहार में, जो आज का बिहार है, वहां जाकर उन्होंने नील की खेती के उसमें प्रोटेस्ट किया और वहां से शुरुआत की। मोतिहारी मुजफ्फरपुर से उन्होंने शुरुआत की इस चीज की, और वहां से स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है, मॉडर्न स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है। जैसा तुमने कहा कि 1700 के आसपास या प्राचीन काल से ही हिंदुस्तान जाना जाता था अपने ट्रेड की वजह से, और इसीलिए तो यहाँ पर इतने सारे नवाब और सुल्तान्स आए 1000 सालों से। और सिल्क रूट जो हुआ करता था उसमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा बोलबाला था। वी वेर अ ट्रेडिंग नेशन। 1700 के समय में किसी फाइनेंशियल स्टडी के हिसाब से कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान इकोनॉमिकली दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश भी हुआ करता था। खैर, स्वदेशी मूवमेंट की जब बात करते हैं तो गांधी जी ने साउथ अफ्रीका में इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट को शार्पन किया, और उन्होंने वहां पर जो 21 साल रहे, वहां पर उन्होंने उन 21 सालों में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी, जिसको हम स्वदेशी कहते हैं, वो उन्होंने वहां पर प्रैक्टिस किया, लोगों को सिखाया। और जब वो इंडिया आए तो गांधी जी ने तब अब 11 ऐसी कसमें खाई, जिसे हम कह सकते हैं 11 वाउज ऑफ गांधी। और उन कसमों में, उन वाउज में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी वाज वन ऑफ द बिग थिंग। और वो स्वदेशी को लेकर हिंदुस्तान में समय pre-partition India. Known shipping companies of those days, Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company by Mr. V.O. Chidambaram. I mean, these were the trendsetters of those days. And over the period after independence, ये चीजें बहुत बातें की गई हैं, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पिछले 15-20 सालों में, 25 सालों में, somewhere जो स्वदेशी है, that has been taken a backseat in the face of globalization, in the face of global supply chain systems, and dependence on a lot of Chinese manufactured products like everywhere else in the world. And I'm happy, Kanchan, कि ये जो Make in India movement अब चलाया जा रहा है, if we really have a good intention and a great support system of the government and our own people's national pride, it will happen again, Kanchan. तुम क्या कहती हो?
हाँ, मैं इसके, जैसे कि आजकल हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है कि वोकल फॉर लोकल, ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। और आपको ये भी बताऊं कि जिस दिन ये स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था, दैट वाज August 7, 1905, बिटवीन 1905 एंड 6। तो 2015 में इस दिन को 7 अगस्त को इन्होंने हैंडलूम डे डिक्लेयर किया है। और आजकल हम खादी को भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। बट मैं आपको एक जो सिनारियो में आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, जैसे कि मैं बात कर रही थी कि पूरी जो हैंडलूम इंडस्ट्री उस समय बिल्कुल बर्बाद हो गई थी। मतलब अब कुछ किसानों के पास जो उगा रहे थे कपास, उनके पास भी एक राइट नहीं था कि कपास कहाँ बेचें और किस तरह से अपना जीविका चलाएं। उसी समय आपको याद होगा कि 1961-65 में अमेरिका में सिविल वॉर हुई थी, which was against ब्रिटिशर्स, और उस समय वहां पर सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल जो से कपास की बहुत ज्यादा हो गई थी। तो इधर ब्रिटिशर्स ने क्या किया कि सिर्फ कपास उगाने के लिए भारत की धरती, भारत के किसानों को यूज किया। और जहां तक मैंने पढ़ा है कि यहाँ से कपास उगाई जाती थी, फिर उस कपास को ले जाकर मैनचेस्टर में धागा बना के, और वहां पर हमारे ही कपास जो हमारा ही रॉ मटेरियल है उसके कपड़े बना के इंडिया में बहुत हाई दामों पर बेचे जाते थे। तो इस तरह से वो पूरा जो सिस्टम था, विच इज ए विशियस सिस्टम, जो पूरा बैकबोन था इंडिया के कल्टीवेशन का, इंडिया के ट्रेड का, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल का, पूरा तोड़ दिया गया था। और जब यहाँ पे गांधी जी ने स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू किया, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई ही इज महात्मा, ही इज सो ग्रेट, वी फॉलो हिज फुटस्टेप्स टिल नाउ, क्योंकि ये जो मूवमेंट था बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता थी। जब हमने मूवमेंट किया, हमने मसाले अपने बनाने शुरू किया, हमने कपड़े जो भी हम पहनते थे कपड़े, इवन महात्मा जी जो कि एक फ्लुएंट फैमिली से बिलोंग करते थे, बट उन्होंने सारे कपड़े जो फॉरेन के कपड़े थे, सारे कपड़े का त्याग किया, उनको जला दिया। उनको देख के सारे जो लोग थे, इंडियन लोग थे, उन्होंने भी जला दिया और चरखा लिया, चरखे से अपना कपड़ा बुना, और वो शॉल है दुशाला जो पहनते थे अपनी ही बुनी हुई पहनते। एंड दैट इज
बिल्कुल
वेरी ग्रेटनेस।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सचिन, एकदम you are so right, and I always go back to South Africa to see how Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, who was a young barrister, got transformed into Mahatma. And that's what Nelson Mandela has also said. South Africa received a young MK Gandhi and transformed and gave India the gift of a Mahatma. So ये जो स्वदेशी है, इसका साउथ अफ्रीका में करंट जो उसका वो दिखता है, that is called local is lekker. That means whatever is closer to home is beautiful, and that is more or less seen as to buy South African products and to support the South African economy. And that is the same thing, similar thing that today India needs to practice in the name of Swadeshi or in the name of Make in India. This pandemic, COVID, has shown us that we cannot depend on just one manufacturing trade partner. We have to develop it, otherwise we are doomed in the economic situation. And therefore, this is the best time. I request entrepreneurs of this country to come out and again make in India, make this movement possible, successful, at least to a significant level. It is so good to see Kanchan, a Toyota, a Tata product in South Africa and other parts of the world. It is so good to see Mahindra in South Africa. And therefore, it is important for us to showcase our skills from the services to the solutions, to the products, to the manufacturing. और इससे अच्छा आज का दिन नहीं हो सकता जब हम इस बात का प्रण लें कि हम ऐसा कुछ करेंगे, और अपने आसपास के जो एबल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम्स हैं, उनको भी हम इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे ताकि मेक इन इंडिया को सफल बनाया जा सके।
हाँ, तो मैं ये भी बता रही थी कि देखिए हम भारतवासी कितने लकी हैं कि हमारे पास एक महात्मा है जिन्होंने हमेशा हमको गाइड किया है, और आज भी उनके जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, उनकी जो सोच है कितनी रेलेवेंट है। और इसीलिए हम बार बार वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात, ये कॉन्सेप्ट महात्मा का है, और हमें इसको फॉलो करना चाहिए. Everybody should follow few finer points which Mahatma have given to us, जैसे कि non-violence, स्वदेशी, do something. आपने कुछ प्रण लिया है तो उसको प्रण को पूरा कीजिए, बीच में छोड़ मत दीजिए. तो all these are finer points, बहुत मायने रखते हैं आज भी.
Correct, Kanchan. And I think it is not yet too late for all this to start again. And Swadeshi movement has shown us that without any government support, some industrialists and entrepreneurs were able to achieve this dream of Swadeshi or Make in India before partition, before independence. Then why it cannot be done in the independent India? And therefore, I would think कि जिस तरह से हमने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को तोड़ दिया था स्वदेशी मूवमेंट को स्टार्ट करके, हमने उनके रेवेन्यूज को तोड़ दिया था, हमने उनकी नुकसान कराया था, और उसी समय उसकी वजह से ये एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था एक इंडियन यूथ के जागरण का, when they realize that they can do things on their own terms, they can generate revenues, they can generate employment. So we have made a very great name in IT, Kanchan, and I think IT से manufacturing में जाते बहुत वक्त नहीं लगेगा. Yes, we need lot of investments and lot of waiting period, patience, and regulations needs to change. But at the same time, if it is our own youngsters' will, we will do it again. So let us celebrate. आज महात्मा गांधी के जन्मदिन पर स्वदेशी needs to be celebrated, propagated, and promoted.
हाँ, और इसके साथ मैं एक और चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी कि we should be proud of our rich heritage, rich culture, and what we can offer to whole of the world, whole of most of the country. तो इस good idea के साथ मैं अब आज की बातचीत खत्म करती हूँ, और with a thought we will think about our dear Mahatma Gandhi and try to follow his footsteps, the good things which he has propagated among us. We should rekindle it and follow and teach our young people.
साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल.
Okay, namaste.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. And today we are discussing very interesting topic, and this topic is related to you and few of the people who are seeking a good, decent job during this pandemic. Now, I have this feeling that jobs are there, but we don't have a sync with the skill and the job. So that is very important aspect of this particular pandemic, and I think that is also affected all job seekers. To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is a corporate trainer. He is also a radio presenter. So without wasting any time, I'd like to welcome Sitesh. Srivastav. Welcome to the show. Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation once again. It's a wonderful day on my side. How it is with you?
Yeah, it is raining outside, and though weather is good, but I really feel sad about people who are living low lying, because already there was uh, there was a lot of water problem in these areas, and still the rain is pouring. I'm sure they must be struggling, but government is taking up few steps. Let's see, this problem should rectify as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, that's great. Climate change is causing these stuff, and I believe we must become more sensible as humans uh, and take care of the climate, the direct and indirect effects that we are pushing onto it. Well, today's discussion topic is actually a very serious topic, Kanchan. Given the situation of pandemic and nowhere a vaccine coming to our displays, from this morning, news channels are talking about Corona going away by February 2021. So from September to the peak of November and now February, these are just like those, before election, the kind of surveys that are done. Okay. And I think the biggest fallout, which we will see in the coming, not only in months, but in years, is the job market. And given the job market in India, which is having a very peculiar habit of being concentrated into few cities, few urban and mega urban areas, rather than scattered across the country. This has added a lot of challenges to the job market, the job losses, not only in the technology sector, but also in the services sector, commodities sector, manufacturing sector. People have gone back to their homes and not have returned back. And so actually a very, very alarming situation. But as we see the job portals, I hear by the one very interesting job site, Indeed.com, says that overall searches for the remote work have increased by 443% on the online firms portal, and jobs have actually moved to the smaller cities, Kanchan, and from big cities people have gone back to the smaller cities. Especially in the technology side, they are able to connect with the internet and keep doing the work. The big challenge is with the people who need to be on the shop floor, who need to be on the factory floors, who need to be in the manufacturing sector, sales, where they have to go out and sell things. And therefore, it is a great time to talk about India's welfare society for the working class. What is the social welfare do we have, or have we created in the country for the working class to handle such situations like the job losses due to this kind of pandemic? So unemployment is a great challenge everywhere in the world. But in India, it actually adds up more because there is almost nil social welfare for a person who has lost his job. What is your take on this?
I feel definitely the point which you have raised is quite a interesting and essential point, and we should have somebody, maybe government oriented or community oriented platform where we can help people who have lost their job. But with that, I also want to put my ideas in terms of job availability, because there are certain jobs which are not required now due to this COVID, because most of the jobs which where employee used to go employees used to go and sit in the office to do, like receptionist, like data handling. So that is work is being done from home. So we don't require an office. So again, we have many software which can be integrated and they can replace these kind of jobs. So I think there's a shift of in the job market in terms of positions. Now, what I feel is education sector is rising because every education institution is using online platform. Apart from this, healthcare is also one segment which is also rising, and I feel people who are passing out this year, they may have challenge to get job uh, in this year in 2021. But then I also suggest that they should take up any job which is there, and they also need to skill themselves after the degree. They have to do some skill management for themselves, and they have to learn new skill which they can patch up with the current market scenario. What is your
No, that's true. I mean, this situation has thrown up some challenges that were unseen for the job market, for the people, the job seekers. And it has also thrown up some opportunities for new entrepreneurs who are able to, or who are now trying out to create jobs rather than be into the job market themselves. And we are designed to think from a downhill perspective more, especially in the job market. No jobs are being created, or very less jobs are being created. But as per some analysts, Kanchan, we are now at the pre-COVID 70% of the job, which are the freeze has been taken out, and the hirings are happening in the market. At the same time, this new skilling, the reskilling or new skilling, as I like to call it, is very important. But more and more, this new skilling is happening in the technology sector. And as you said, the office receptionist job, or generating a lead through a CRM system. So, and there are many other, like in data analytics, in artificial intelligence. But you know what? These skills, even if someone learns today, is actually speaking, if you think deeply, learning an artificial intelligence makes is like taking a step towards our own redundancy. And that is something we need to, while we learn artificial intelligence, while we learn machine learning, we need to get some skills as humans to find our next job or next idea, right? And that is something which India, as such, needs to really pick up, because we are known in this world for the services which can just move out because of a new technology has come, and therefore the whole services sector gets vanished almost like an overnight. You remember the days of pager, Kanchan? From the pager, and from the day of today and the smartphones, you know, we have reinvented again and again ourselves in the services sector. But I think this pandemic has taught we have to reinvent for the manufacturing jobs. So a skill needed for the manufacturing side is very important for our youth, for ourselves. And having a technology, from a technology perspective, I think it is more important to understand technology from a business perspective. And therefore, we became a technical skills provider to the world. But how much of that technology we did it, or we recreated it, or we created new solutions which are homegrown towards India,
right,
which for ourselves.
right.
And I have told you before, whenever I travel outside, and I always hear our great IT engineers do very well to keep up the systems of the world, but what about our own Indian systems?
Right. Actually, you have just raised a point, the manufacturing and the technical people, professionals. Now, for manufacturing, we can't do anything. For manufacturing, we have to go to the factories and we have to really work in manufacturing unit. The best we can do for manufacturing segment is that we have to take care that we should have masks and gloves and take care of our health. But when it comes to other sector, so most of the sectors are they have become home-based service provider or home-based uh, employment is there. So in this case, even if you recall, Facebook has already declared that even after lift of COVID, the professionals and the employees will be working at least 5 years more from the home only. Even Google has also announced these kind of things. So what I feel is that there are many sectors which definitely AI is important aspect of when we talk about online working. And a part of this, there are many sectors where we need an integration of technology and working from home plus working from factory. So I think this is a platform where we have few gaps in between, and that can be filled by professionals who have that kind of ability. So these gaps can create a job opportunity.
Yeah, I think there's one more aspect to it, Kanchan. Learning new skill, AI or new technology is something that is not a given standard that everybody learns it from the same perspective. I know from being from a technology industry very, very closely and very deeply. We claim to have data scientists, but what is the real job of a data scientist that we do in India? Or how many people do it? Or have we just created a segment for it for the rest bigger clients to notice us? So the cutting edge work and the work that is needed for the job are two different skilling things. Now, somebody saying that he has become a data scientist is something. It is very, very clear that many people are not getting into the cutting edge jobs or cutting edge work that they are getting to do. They are preparing themselves for the next blue collar job. My worry is more about we have to create a system from the government, from the public, from the educational institutions to remove the dependence from the blue collar economy to the other parts of the economy who can take the burden when blue collar jobs are not there. Today, because this pandemic has shown that the blue collar jobs can be taken over by 30% on any given day by the usage of a modern technology. Now, when that will happen, which is going to happen eventually, are we skilled enough to depend on some other sector? Or we all have to run towards the technology to learn it? That is my whole point. And that's where the government has to bring a lot of push from the economies. I must tell you, in Africa, where I have worked so long, it is not easy to talk about bringing a new technology and to say that it will actually take away 400 people's job. It has never been an easy work because you have to reskill as a country. So until unless we have a reskilling platform, we have to do enough reskilling into multiple sectors. And then in our own country, Kanchan, it is the big cities' burden needs to be shared by the smaller cities and new SEZs, special economic zones. Uh, I mean, Mumbai is overcrowded. You know how many people from other states come to Hyderabad for work. Same is the situation in Bangalore, Chennai, or Delhi for that matter. And now we have few places like Pune, Mohali, Nagpur coming up, but that's still not sufficient for 127 crore people. So we need to have a employment policy which incentivizes entrepreneurs, which incentivizes technologies, which incentivizes manufacturing people, and which incentivizes people who want to go into indigenous stuff, not necessarily entrepreneurs. And that is where we will be able to handle the job market like Germany, which is not just known for one thing. So that is where our employment sector needs to focus at, our policy makers need to focus at, and our students who are forced to take engineering or medical as a popular pushing subjects, they need to think, and I hope the new education policy will bring up that kind of things and create new markets, new jobs. And that's my interest area. So India's massive workforce is being hard hit by this coronavirus thing, and a lot of salaried jobs have been lost between April and August. But then, if we diversify the demographics of it, give some incentives for people who want to work, or probably this is a good time for them to start something, the government help, the angel investors help, the seed capital help, all will help ultimately to increase the hopes in the job market.
I definitely agree with your point. The thing is, Indians are more technology savvy as compared to South Africa. That is one plus point. And now there is a lot of job openings, and there may be a lot of opportunities when we talk about IT sectors. Though it is also decreasing, but as compared to non-IT sector. So if you put a stress on the non-IT sector, so people who are into non-IT sector like hospitality, which is the worst effective sector of due to this COVID. So now challenge is what these professionals should do. So now what I feel that everything is on platform. So they have the skill. Suppose somebody is in decoration, or somebody is into housekeeping. So there are many small aspect of housekeeping which can be taught to, using this platform, online platform, to general public. So in a way, till this situation change, so they can at least earn some part of their salary utilizing their skill. So that is a few courses they can take up. So unlike this, there are other many sectors also which need a little push from the government, and of course from the community. Because what I see lately, government has given so many goodies, especially in education and employment sector. And they have also asked, they have free centers for skill development also provided by government. So I think things are moving towards the right direction. I think one thing which we have to stress or keep in mind is that have patience and work hard to attain success. Things are just falling at place.
Yes, Kanchan, you are point blank right, that don't lose patience, have hope, keep reskilling every day, every moment. I would also add, be flexible. What has worked so far may not work going forward. So the storm of technology cannot be stopped. It will invade our lives, and there is no denying about it. So therefore, the technology has to be learned, but not from a deep, development or coding or programming part of it, but usage part of it. And therefore, technology has become really important to understand, mold, flexible, move around, change the face, and move on. And but we have come very far. I mean, 30 years back, India had few choices for 12th students. Now there are many more choices. I am a little bit sad for the current graduation classes because they were offered some jobs which they couldn't get actually. Now they are entering into the market, this year's graduates, and they will find another 2 years really tough. And therefore for them the outlook of the world will be really, it will be hard, it will not be as booming. But as you say, there is a silver lining and there is a patience. I think this is also a great time to work in a smaller tier 2 tier 3 cities and have a happy life rather than the running life of the big cities.
Yes, very well said, and I think we had a quite interesting discussion today. I would like to end this discussion with a quote of Socrates, who says, "The secret of change is to focus on all of your energies and not fighting the old, but create and build new one." So that is something which we should keep it in mind. It was lovely talking to you, Siddesh. So we'll meet next time in next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. If you had followed my videos a few days back, I had predicted that before coming to India, Trump will put their weight behind, or rather, the US government will put their weight behind Pakistan in FATF review of grey list to blacklist for that country. And this is exactly what has happened. So, Pakistan has now two strong heavyweights favoring them, and it is in their interest to come out of the grey list. However, so China is one of them, and this time United States also putting their weight behind Pakistan so that they can gain the trust and Pakistan help United States draw their forces from Afghanistan. Uh, However, what has happened is this FATF organization is headquartered out of Paris, and out of the 27 points, a list of 27 points on which Pakistan had to demonstrate sort of a progression in terms of coming out and removing terrorism or terrorist activities originating from their country. Uh, on these 27 points, Pakistan did not qualify on the 13. Now these 13s are the most critical ones, and so FATF have given them a very strong, stern warning, and given them an additional 4 months of time to show improvement. Why these 4 months? Because obviously Pakistan is having a very tough time from the economic point of view, and they want to really come out of this economic doldrum that the country itself is going through. In fact, many things are happening in Pakistan. The taxation has been increased. The income tax has been increased because any government in any other country, any part of the world, will work towards reducing income tax. But in Pakistan, it is happening the other way around. They are increasing the income tax. So they are in a very dire need of finances, funding, and if they get into blacklist, currently there are only two countries which are in blacklist, which is North Korea, and other one is Iran, and Pakistan is just sitting on the edge to be dropped into blacklist. So if they get into blacklist, their economic situation will worsen first because there will be no advances from anywhere in the world, and the state will move into a very difficult situation. So this time, Pakistan has been given additional 4 months with a very strong warning from APTF members. And after 4 months, if they do not show improvement in actual action taken on the terrorist activity, then there is a big chance that Pakistan will become a blacklisted country after 4 months. So I just wanted to bring this to you as an update. I will see you tomorrow as usual. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. As you know all that he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. He has taught many professionals, IT professional and marketing professional in his career. Welcome to the Top Brass show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, very well. What about you?
Yeah, counting each day of this winter. This weekend is supposed to be really, really chill.
Okay, so take care. But I also want to tell you that just stay safe and healthy. And this pandemic,
Thank you.
Take care because winters are there in South Africa.
Sure, I just heard this.
Yes.
I heard this morning that South Africa is now number 4 in the world ranking, just after India.
Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to take care pretty well about your health. Okay,
Yes.
the last week we have discussed about the change management and we have also discussed few pointers. So, and one of them was creative thinking. So what happens nowadays, everybody talks about creative thinking, right? It's one of the most abused word, I think. So how creative thinking will help in change management? I want your opinion on that.
Right. So, Kanchan, I always, when I meet the youngsters or even the school children, my first few minutes question is always to them, what is your hobby? Because I feel creativity has to start from a hobby that somebody has. And I always ask them their hobby. And the school children still tell some of the things as hobby, but I must tell you that most of the school children these days and the college students, as well as the young engineers who are recruited into the companies, most of the time they will say exploring the internet, watching YouTube.
Yes, yes, that's the answer they generally give.
Right. And if you remember, I mean, in our times when we were small, we had certain kind of a philately, collecting the stamps as a hobby, collecting the butterflies as a hobby. So some hobbies. So I think for the creativity, hobby is the first step. And therefore, in the schools, the hobby has to be taken as a serious subject, not as just a side subject. Most of the time in the schools, we know mathematics, science, and all other those subjects are the prime subjects, and hobby class is just to take a break, basically. So I think that there are hobby classes in the schools all over the world, but it has to be taken as a mainstream subject in the schools, and that's how it should go.
Okay, so what are those hobbies which we should inculcate in youngsters so that when they become a good professional and when they take up job, so those hobbies should help them in doing a creativity in getting their job done in offices?
So, Kanchan, I think the stepping stone towards a creativity is to inculcate a habit about knowing the general affairs around the child, around ourselves, and tell our children to figure it out what is happening in this world, what is happening on a daily basis. Most of the time, you see children are busy on their digital devices, but if you look deeply into those digital devices, you will find they are playing games. They are chatting with the friends rather than any productive thinking or a productive thought. So once a student knows his general surroundings, what is happening in the world and what are the subjects, then he can think in his mind how it works out, which one is the place of a hobby where the student or child can contribute from his own natural instinct. Most of the time, we as parents, as educators, we really don't focus on the natural instincts of our students. And I think that is the key thing, which is my message to the educators, because sometimes the children are oblivious to their own capabilities. It is us who can tell them that you are good at it. Why don't you pursue it? I will be standing behind you.
Right. Yeah, so you have mentioned like stamp collection. Generally, very few children I see that they are doing coin collection also nowadays. And so it's a good point which you mentioned today. We will be discussing more about creative thinking in further in our shows. For today, it was wonderful talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome on this Wednesday morning. And we are having this program called Naval Gunt Live. And as the name suggests, this is a program which is primarily presented by Mr. Naval Gunt, who's joining us from UK. So let me welcome Mr. Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's Wednesday. And the subject for today is going to be quite interesting because we've all been cooped up for quite some time. So we need to do a bit of spring cleaning, don't you think, CK? You know, get rid of that dust that's settled around us. Get back into the real world and start preparing for the next event, whatever that next event is.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, in India and the Indians world across, they have celebrated Diwali, and as part of the ritual of celebrations, 10 days prior, we have to clean everything, throw old things out, buy new things. So I think we've just crossed literally that hurdle. But I think more importantly, we need to clean our mind. As you said, I think that's a real message that we have to declutter our mind. And I think the reality of the pandemic, which has created in the world today, is that going forward, most of the workforce would be on the contract. As per the estimate, it is 30 to 40% workforce would be on contract or contract as a consultant. And that is what is required. And before we get into that kind of a mode, the people have to first realize what they are getting into and what they have to prepare, what activities they have to do to prepare themselves to really position themselves as contract labor. So I think that is a discussion we want to have with you, Naval. What is your thoughts on this aspect?
Well, it's a really important topic because, as you say, Diwali is about all that spring cleaning that you've done before, and it's the new era. It's the new year that comes in, and we do it physically. So we've done it. We've cleaned our property, cleaned our houses, put the lights on outside, had a lot of fun, welcomed the new era, But the main place we should be decluttering is 5 inches between these things here. And the interesting thing is we've all got these. There's 2 of them. You can hold on to one if you like. Some are bigger than others. Some have got big lobes, smaller, it doesn't matter. They're called ears. And in between our ears is where it all goes on. So if we're going to value what we're going to be doing in this new era, where people are doing gigs, as they call them in the Western world. It's the gig economy. In other words, where you're just taking on a short contract or a long contract, which could be a week, 3 weeks, a month, a year, but these are short contracts. And now it's a question of getting yourself ready to take those on, because that's the economy that we're coming to. And it's not just a local economy, but it's the global economy that's moving that way. So we need to do things for ourselves to get us in the right mindset so that we can take that next stage. So I'm going to suggest we do this over 2 bites. 2 bites of a cherry, 2 bites of an apple. And the first bite this week is focusing on yourself, your own self-worth. You know, when you look in the mirror, do you like what you see? Are you happy with who you are? Do you enjoy life? No? These are really early stepping stones that we've probably got to reintroduce ourselves to ourselves. So this week, I think what we could do is we could focus on 3 things where you can go and practice for the next week, and then we can focus on more things that are going to get you right into this new contract type world. So the first thing is, and there's a picture in the background that might help you. It's self-belief, having the right attitude, having that can-do attitude, even if you don't know how to do it, you know that you've got that get up and go, that you're going to develop the right process, the right way forward. You're going to find out how to do it. And all of this is a lot of self-talk that goes on. And it's as simple as saying to yourself, I'm stupid, because you don't quite get it all the time, as opposed to the right attitude is saying, didn't quite get that, I'm going to have another look. I made a mistake, maybe. I need to go and do a little bit more research. And notice how different those are. One is, I'm stupid. If you have that self-talk about being stupid, I'm useless, I'm a bad person, no one likes me, you can really get into that really quickly, can't you? And I'm sure you see people that say this, you know, people that you had a lot of belief in before, but over the last 8 or 9 months, they've slipped into this arena of saying, well, I'm not really good enough, and I'm not sure if that's going to work. And you even see it in the tone and hear it in the tone of their language and their demeanor, how they sit down in front of a PC and you see it on Zoom, you know, they don't sit up. They don't look as though they're engaged. They don't look as though they're having fun. They've talked themselves into that situation. And by the way, they've not been alone, because the news, the TV, you know, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, they've all done it. They've all literally, it's been blasted at you from so many places about how the world is a bad place and I must be a bad person because I'm living in that world. The world's not a bad place, is it, CK?
Well, I think the attitude makes a lot of difference, and I think that is the first step to improve the attitude, as you rightly said. And many people, as you rightly said, don't have the right attitude to even take the first step. So if they are not able to identify what is their self-worth, I mean, they don't have the right attitude, then how going forward they will be able to price their services which they will offer to their enterprises. So I think you're
absolutely right. So it needs to start, and we're starting simply here. Although, having said that, it's going to be quite difficult because you've got yourself into this situation. And bear in mind, you need to listen to that again. And I know you can repeat this by going onto YouTube and going back again, but you've got yourself into this situation. You've allowed it to happen. You might want to blame everybody else, but actually that's the wrong attitude. So immediately, your self-worth starts with your self-belief. Who am I? Do I like myself? Have I got the right language that's going on up in here? Because as you and I both know, there's a conversation that goes on up here without your mouth opening. My wife constantly says to me, I could be watching the TV and completely abstract to what's going on the TV, and my head's going, because I'm having a conversation. I haven't got two people up here. I've got half a dozen, and they're all chipping in to the conversation. No, when you get really good at this, you could have 100 people in your brain, because there's probably that many things that are going on. And the key thing is to control the ones that are negative and let the ones that are positive have their say. So you can shut people down. Again, you're not opening your mouth. It's just going on in your head. So the key thing is to shut the ones that are having all those negative vibes going on up there and open up the positive ones. So this self-belief is really important. It's where we need to start. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think you have raised a very profound observation, and you're absolutely right, because this happens with everyone. It has happened to me. It probably happens to you, and it happens to everyone, whether you're young or old or a middle-aged person. Many times people don't even know that their attitude has an issue. So what is your advice? I mean, we are talking about building your self-worth. So over the period of next 2 episodes of this program, we want to basically focus on that. But the first step is, how do I get into attitude of identifying what is my worth? Do you have an opinion, or do you have any suggestions to the viewers how to improve their attitude and get some value for themselves out?
Well, the interesting thing is really easy to do. You've got to go and do something. So they say you need confidence to move forward. Well, how do you get confidence? How do you get confident over something? You go and do something. You go and do something that actually reinforces your confidence. So it might be going for a walk and, listening to the birds singing, looking at the flowers, looking at the leaves, looking at the trees. This is an interesting time of year to go for a walk in the UK because the trees are turning colour. In some respects, they're dying. They're losing their protection. Apart from the evergreen ones, which are just maybe slightly changing colour. But the thing is, things are happening. There's an evolution of things that are happening out there. And if that's what you go and enjoy, go and do it. Do it more. Because that will actually bring you back into the real world. This is what makes you want to get up every day. So building that self-belief, building that confidence, you need to go and do something. And obviously, go and do something you love. So if you like reading books, go and do it. Have a clear focus about why you're doing it and go and do it. So if you like creating things, could be anything. Maybe a new web page, maybe a new landing page, if that gives you a thrill, a buzz, then go and do it. If you like looking at something that perhaps your competitors might be doing, or something that's going to improve what you will be doing in the future, then go and do it. Get the best out of it. And as you see, this is a doing issue. You've got to physically go and do something. And it might be sitting in front of a PC, or it may be going for a walk, or it may be doing something else, but you've got to go and do it. And my suggestion is do something you love. Because if you love it, all of a sudden you fall back in love with it. Because at the moment, you're not there. You've lost your way. Your self-esteem's low, perhaps. Your self-belief as a result is low. Your self-talk is all negative. You know, I never get anything right. I give up too easily. This isn't going to work. Just listen to the language that you're talking and change it. And the point about I'm trying to make here, CK, is you've done it before. You've got loads of experience where you've done it before and it worked. So go and do more of that and have fun, okay? Because you become more confident by getting good at something. You might even decide to go and do something you haven't done before. And that might be learn to play an instrument. You know, if you've got thick walls and you haven't got thin walls in your apartment and you want to go and learn to play the trumpet, then when you're learning to play the trumpet, believe you me, you hit a few bum notes at the beginning. So you've either got very friendly neighbours who like you, or give them earplugs, or give them, you know, a new CD, or buy them a Netflix subscription and say, I'm going to be practicing my trumpet at this time. Why don't you listen to some other music? You know, and that leads us into the next one, okay? Surround yourself with people that make you feel good.
So I think the point that you have made is very important, and that is why some of our colleagues, industry colleagues, say that hey, they are going to a, secluded resort for a week. They want to unwind and they want to think about what they want to do next. So I think this is a time where people who wants to build career, or it's about reskilling ourselves. So the first thing is to do, and you mentioned that it's about doing, is to think what they want to do and then really do it. So make a timetable, come out with a timetable and start doing those things which you have written down. So I think that is very important. But Naval, I think it's a reality, it's a real world. So for some of the people, it's even very difficult to find directions also, because usually people jump from one thing to other very often, and it's very difficult for them to get focused and do things. So, what is your advice for such kind of people?
Well, you raise a very interesting subject, CK, and as I say, this what we're talking about today goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and depending on who you are, depending on how deep you need to go. And there's a lot of people in this gig economy, in this gig world, that have been very successful in the past, and now aren't very successful at all. And maybe they've slipped down the curve the fastest because things have just disappeared. So what they were doing previously may have not had structure, may have not had purpose, may have not have focused, but they got by and they were very happy in what they did. And it just worked because there was so much work out there that really they didn't have to work at finding work. It just came to them. And I'm sure you know lots of people that fit into that category. For those people, it's probably harder because you've got to start again. Because you didn't know what actually made you successful. You didn't have a process. It was luck in many respects. You didn't have a timetable. You didn't have a diary. You didn't, call 5 people a day, as some books recommend you to do, because at the end of the month, you've actually touched base with 150 people. Wow. Just by calling 5 people a day, Well, 5 times 30, which is the average month, is 150 people. If you multiply that by 12, all of a sudden you're into the thousands. And that's how you can build your network, and that's how you can build confidence in other people knowing what you do. So I feel really sorry for those that have just stumbled along and it have been really successful for the last 5 or 10 years, and now it's not, because now you've really got to take a step back, and maybe your confidence has been hit hard, maybe your self-esteem has been hit, and therefore your self-worth, which we'll talk about next week. How do you price yourself for that new gig, for that new opportunity? We'll mention the subject this week. It's getting out of the Me Too. You and I have talked about Me Too for ever since we've known each other. You need to be different. You need to show people that you are worth employing. No, you've got to literally become a graduate all over again, and sell yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that because they've never really had to do it. Their last job has given a referral for this one, or the job they did 3 years ago has given a referral for the next one. But things have changed. So now what you need to do is dig in deep. And it may be the first thing you do is, as I said at the beginning of this, go and surround yourself with people you feel good. Not people that completely downtread what you're doing or what they're doing. This is self-talk at the end of the day. So one of the first things you can do is go and talk to people that may well be in the same situation that you are, but they've got this can-do attitude. They're always bright and sprightly. They're always happy to take your call. They're always happy to have a discussion with you. And those are the first steps that actually you can do to take, which actually will improve their state of mind as well. Because until you start to have that conversation, you don't really know where people are coming from. So this isn't about reinventing yourself. This is about finding yourself. Seeing how good you really are and working out why people employed you in the past, why you were different, and then doing more of that, really.
Neville, when you speak like this, I am thinking about the politicians, because politicians may have a very long career, going up to 50 years or sometimes 60 years or sometimes even more. But if you look back in their life, every 4 years they have new agendas. They have a new narrative to talk about. They basically fight for different items, and they create a public perception every 4 to 5 years. So I think it's very important for everyone, even professionals like us, to at least get some inspiration. I mean, politicians are not the best people to get inspired from, but at least we should look at this quality where they're always driven every 5 years. Even they are very old people at age of 80, some of these politicians are quite driven because they have an agenda in their mind. So I think you very rightly and aptly put out that the first thing to realize your worth, so that you can be successful and ask for the same price as an individual contract consultant, is to first realize that what is your core competency. And if you don't have a core competency, what is your attitude to find a new skill or nurture the competency that you have further, so that you can ask for it. So do you have any other advice before we close this video, Neville?
Well, really, it's a wrap up, and the purpose of today is to give you a structure so that in the next 7 days you can go and do something. You can go do something about it, because it's all right listening to these videos and you say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Oh, he's dead on with that one. That's not the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video is so that you can now go and do something with it. So here's the action plan for this week. The first thing is sit down, and you might want to sit down with a pencil and paper or your PC in front of you and just start thinking backwards. You know, what is my attitude? Do I like me? What have I done before? You know, what have I done before to make me feel good? Did I really enjoy what I was doing? You know, start with all of those questions that you, the only person, can get the answers to. So that's your first step. In other words, it's developing that self-esteem. I am worthy. I will be more valuable in the future. I just need to work out where I'm really, where's my expertise? What have I done? Where have I done it? And this is all about improving your can-do attitude, because you've done this before. It may be some time before, okay? It may not have been just before COVID hit. You know, you may have been having a bad patch then, but at some point in your life, you've done this before. So this is a bit of soul searching. The second thing is go and do something you love. Now, this could be on a work basis. It could be on a practical basis. It could be anything you like doing. Some people at this point will go and pick up a paintbrush and decorate a room. You know, if that's what you love, go and do it. Make you feel good because there's a tangible outcome. The room's been decorated. Other people pick up a paintbrush and paint a picture of the garden or of a science fiction figure. It doesn't matter. Go and do something you love. Building up your confidence levels. Could be anything, as I say. The third thing is go and ask your friends, your business relationships, who you call friends, or maybe enemies in the past, because they're probably suffering in the same way. Go and ask what's happening to them. Go and ask them to give you feedback, because you're going to now be in a better position to take that feedback. And ask them to be honest. What was it why did you employ me last time? Why do you think that project was so successful? And build up that level of self-esteem. You've done it before, you can do it again. Now all you need to do is develop a process that you can continually go back to and make things work. So 3 things. Have a little audit of what you've been. Go and do something you love. Have a chat with other people that you've worked with so you can get some feedback. Preferably people that are going to give you honest feedback. Once you get those 3 in place this week, then you can move on to the next level. But you've got to do the work.
So, Neville, I think the advice for the viewers is very clear. They have to do certain things, and that is why they will be prepared for our next episode, which is about identifying your self-worth. So, viewers, please follow Neville's advice for this week, which is about improving your attitude and identifying what is best for you, and practice that for next 1 week. And we will come back in next Wednesday on this at the same time, and we discuss about the top 3 things which are essentials for every professional to identify his self-worth. So thank you very much, Neville, for coming on the show this week. We will catch up next week.
My pleasure. Have fun, everyone.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now, when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general. He was an empire builder, and he was a greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history, then how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used three legs of administration or three legs of law. One is custom and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks.
Right.
Now these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was, he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration.
Okay.
A centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents.
Okay.
This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Kautilya used to stress on 4 things. First is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
Yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes, that should be sound. That should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay, these three. And one was the civil administration. Because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically. So this was these 4 pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants. Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses. And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal. Where Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous. So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign. So when Chandragupta Maurya came into power, and one more factor is there, that the humble background of Chandragupta Maurya, because as I told you yesterday, he is said to be a Shudra, because that time Varna system was very, very prominent. So being a Shudra, coming from, a very, very humble background, and rising to such a stature of a king, but still, after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. If you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually, I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment, then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think that when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affect the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads. These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch. Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration. So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 60 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire. And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 years, 4 long years, as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book, which he authored, known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy, and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire. Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound, all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do. But he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of, this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and he one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So if whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to, pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave, and finally he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave.
I know, lot of courage. You have to kill your ego.
Yeah.
No. First of all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing. Abandoning, what you have already. So it's because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more. We crave for more. But when he has everything, he had everything what a person can ask for, and you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the world, I guess. Because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him...
And a long rule, 24 years.
Right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is of course Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, uh, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmach.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. And as you all know that we have a platform which is helping a lot of companies worldwide for their lead generation and branding activities. The platform is called TopBrass. And in order to enhance the offering on this platform, we have started a new video initiative called Likeable Leaders. Under this initiative, we interview the popular CEOs or the budding CEOs who have been successful in their own way, and they've got a lot of experience, who would like to create an inspirational story around themselves and inspire their own team as well as their industry colleagues. So the likable leader section of Top Brass gives the opportunity. In this section, we will ask certain questions which will help you establish yourself. You can share your stories of success, of failure, how you basically overcome any bad feelings if you have. How do you discipline your life? How do you bring focus to your own activities? What sort of books you read? How do you motivate your team? And there could be any other thing that you would like to share about yourself. This is something which is very good for all the CEOs to start with, to start sharing their ideas and reaching out to their own team as well as their peers in the industry. So I personally like to talk to you and look forward to this opportunity. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very seasoned professional who has a deep interest in corporate training and he had been teaching marketing professionals and IT professionals. He is joining me from Johannesburg, South Africa. So Sitesh, you are welcome to the show.
Jai Shri Ram, Kanchan, very good day.
Jai Shri Ram, it's quite a historical day today.
That's right, Kanchan.
How you feel about this?
Of the palpitation across the world amongst the Indian people it can be felt, can be seen, and the way people are connected to their television sets, to the internet, and to the whole spirit, for the whole essence that has happened or that is happening right now probably in Ayodhya is something which is unprecedented to see in this digital age when we think that it is little disconnected. How is it there? How is it there in India?
Yeah, actually, people are really glued to the television screen, and it is very dear to the heart of every Indian, because Ram is in the life and in the death also. You see, so Ram is very much kind of inside the hearts of Indian people who are living in India as well as who are outside of India. So kind of giving us shape of this mandir. Mandir was always there, but then giving a historical prospect connecting to the modern India, that is really awesome.
That's right, Kanchan. It was more about the conscience of the Indian people, and it was never about any kind of a political statement to be made. It was just trying to correct something that was an erratic thing that happened maybe a couple of hundred of years of back. So, and Rama, Lord Rama, is basically the conscience keeper of the Indian peninsula, not just Hindus, I would say, but the Indian peninsula. And his story, his life, and his anecdotes are part of the whole Indian peninsula's culture, starting from India all the way it goes up to Indonesia, Thailand, And I mean, I know that in Thailand there's a city called Ayutthaya, which is a broken name for Ayodhya. So there are so many versions of it across the Asia Pacific region about the Ramayana, which is a story of Ram and Sita and the ideals that they lived for.
Yes, I think the one ideal which is very, very prevalent when we see the character of Ram is truth. He always stood for the truth, and is for generation is being followed by all Indians who believe in Ram. Apart of this, I feel it is not a religious thing. I think it is more of related to emotions, related to how you really feel about this one person, Ram. Even Gandhi also started the movement, the freedom movement, by the name Hey Ram, and wanted, and he had a dream of creating a Ram Raj.
Correct, Kanchan. So, in today's world, Kanchan, I feel more and more we should take the religious heroes who have traditionally remained in the religion books or the texts. We should take them out of the religious books and make them an ideal for the modern world. We should be able to decipher, analyze their lives, their stories, not just from one particular community or religion perspective, but from the overall humanity perspective. And if we look at Rama from the overall humanity perspective, it is a very, very idealistic story which has been there since thousands of years or ancient times, and they are yet relevant today, especially when we say Ram Rajya, or when we say Raj Dharma, or when we say where Ram was more and more interested about his welfare of the state. And he has always shown us by examples that the community life, the national life are bigger than the personal lives. And that is a very, very important message in today's life when we talk about the whole world as a global village, isn't it?
Yes, very much. And I feel that the significance of Ram is more today, because I strongly feel it's not a mythological character, it is a part of our culture, our history. And the significance is too much, and people should, the young generation should read about Ram, and they should try to understand for what values he stood years ago. The first time the temple which we are talking about now was built by King Vikramaditya. Then there was some happened, and there was some friction of ideas. But now today is a joyous day. What do you say?
It is indeed a joyous day, and I have been reading the news that this particular time and the day has come somewhere around after 492 years. And then it struck me that this has been in the conscious of our land and the people for 4 centuries, close to 5 centuries time. That means it is not just a piece of land, it is not just a piece of a place of worship, but it is the conscious collective superorganism that lives amongst all of us as Indians. And that is the key message that has gone out with today's activities and the puja that happened. And I believe that this should be seen more and more of a uniting message rather than a segregational message.
Very well said. It is a united message, because now things will accelerate in terms of creating cultural vibes in India and around Indians who are living around the world, and particularly to Indians who are living, because there was some gap. But now this incident has has encouraged the faith and the cultural vibes, which was already there, but somehow there was something missing, which is now will be getting accelerated. What do you think?
That's right, Kanchan. And the more and more we live in this pandemic world, in the COVID world, where the next time, the next moment, the decision can change, and we all live in a decision fatigue. You know, we have to take decisions in minutes, in hours, and it changes just like a stock market. And more, I feel that we all are connected by the common thread, by what I call our collective superorganism, our collective will. And if that is true, Kanchan, it is beyond any one particular religion or one particular hero of any religion. And therefore, I said that all the heroes should be taken out of the context of their current religions and brought forward, and their best parts should be taken, and see how we blend and build and thread the whole global community together. And Ram is one of the best examples to do this.
Yes, Sitesh. So, as usual, it is a remarkable day today, and it is so nice to talk to you about Ram and sharing your ideas. One last message you would like to give to our viewers regarding this whole joyous movement.
Kanchan, I can tell my listeners and viewers of this that I'm sitting in South Africa, and I can see the enthusiasm amongst the South African Indians, the ethnic South Africans who came here somewhere around 160 years or around that time back. Some came as indentured Indian laborers, and some came as traders. And it is now third or fourth generation of those people. And Ram has remained in every home, in their conscious. The people I have met in Johannesburg, in Durban, in Cape Town, and they are so upbeat. They all can relate today. There are so many digital messages about the activities that have happened in India, and they are very elated. And this is the same thing that I am seeing from the rest of the world as well. And therefore, all I want to tell everyone is that let us pick up the character of Ram, we call him Lord Ram, and see how his life was important for the overall community and the nations that he ruled over, and how he captured the hearts of his people, and he always kept his personal life to the personal space and the collective life always for the overall good of his people. And that is what I would like to share this as a message. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram, Jai Marada Pushottam, Jai Shri Ram. So till next time we meet, we'll discuss some other subject. Till then, bye-bye.
All the best.
Take care.
Bye, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. So in this edition of Top Brass, we will talk about a recent skirmish which is happening at the border of India and China as countries. And
we had casualties, and now China is shyly and sheepishly saying that, hey, they also had the casualties. So as far as the Indian army is concerned, we have counted 43 stretchers, so 43 dead bodies. Even the Americans have said there are 43 dead bodies on the Chinese side. And on the Indian side, we know we have been very democratic, and we cannot hide in India things like this. So we have lost 20 soldiers in this skirmish, and we have lost all these soldiers without firing a single bullet, because both sides, in fact I am not saying that Chinese fired a bullet, but Chinese broke the agreement that India and China had for not using any arms at the border. But they have used baseball with iron nails, stick used with barbed wires. So they came prepared with these kind of weapons, and they attacked the Indian soldiers, and consequently this whole brawl erupted between Indian and army. And I think as per the news which is in the media, almost like the brigade size force fought with these primitive Neanderthal type weapons. So let us try to understand what is going on, and what is the stand of China, and what is the stand of India in little bit more detail. So as you know, friends, before we get into the geography of or the geopolitical status between India and China, let us understand where these two countries stand today. India is the world largest democracy, and I will not talk about it, what is democracy and all that. India is well recognized world largest democracy with very high population, almost equal to Chinese population of 1.3 to 1.4 billion people. On the other hand, China is a communist country which does not have any democracy. The right of choosing is not with the people or the citizens of that country, it's with the political party. So literally the political party in that huge country makes the decisions, and then they have a draconian kind of a rule where the power is highly centralized. So soon after the independence was awarded to both these countries, which is India and China, India started building their country by coming out with different plans to eradicate poverty, to adopt modernization, to choose what they have to do. And the Chinese, on the other hand, were right from 1950s were on the mission of grabbing land of other countries. So a lot of things happened, even though our political class was very friendly with China. In fact, the Indian political class sacrificed their permanent position in United Nations, and they said that it will be wrong on our part if China is not part of United Nations, so we will let go, we will show a larger heart and let go the seat. And our first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru proposed the name of China, and that's how China became the part of United Nations as a permanent member, and they today have the veto power. So India as a country is not there. However, China invaded India, there were border disputes, but before they invaded India, they first invaded Tibet, and they completely annexed Tibet, and Tibet has a government which is running from a small place in India, and they call the Tibet government in exile, whereas the country of Tibet, which is primarily comprised of the Buddhist monks who were peaceful, and they didn't have the army like the Chinese army or the PLA army, so they had nowhere to go, so they ran off and they came to India. So when the independence was awarded to China and India, the Chinese border did not connect with Indian border as much. I mean, there were few places where it connected, because primarily it was all Tibet in the north of India, which does not exist today. So Tibet as a country has been invaded by China, and they said this is our land and it belongs to us, and so on. But there is a very strategic reason for it. Tibet being a plateau, it was very easy for the Chinese people or the army or soldiers to come all the way to India, because even without building roads, you can drive vehicles on the plateau, which is made of very hard
rock and there's hardly any soil on it. So you could travel all the way to Indian border and then they start demanding Indian territories as part of the Chinese empire. So they didn't have to build a huge infrastructure to invade India. All they had to do is take over Tibet and that's it. They could roll their trucks, they could roll their tanks, they could build their supply chains up to the border of India. So the battle happened. India lost miserably. Chinese acquired a lot of areas of India and till today we lay claim on those territories which have been acquired by China in 1962 war. However, all these regions which have been acquired by China in 1962 are very strategic in nature but difficult for anybody to live there. So their position or claim on those regions are only strategic in nature and they go back from their post from these highlands in winters because there is a cost of putting soldiers so high in the mountains. So they actually also return back to their post which is in the Tibet area and those highlands are vulnerable during winters but no one can actually visit those places because it's so high and they are so cold. Now in month of November Indian Parliament declared the area as part of India which was acquired by China in 1962 and that is where because it was winters so it was very predictable that China will do something in summers. So now summers they have invaded into our region and now we are actually holding them back. Not even a single inch of Indian territory has been given to China. We are holding them and we are matching their might equal to equal. So that is where we are and the skirmish happened a few days back so I think we all know about it. But the reality of the situation is that the China is doing this at the right time because United States will be busy in their elections. They have their own issues and so they are not going to come and join this whatever is happening between India and China. At the same time, none of the countries want war. So China being a communist ruled country which is ruled by few people, the messaging which China wants to give is basically at the right time where they know that they can do whatever during this time because America is going through the election and the world is tackling Corona. So nobody has time to fight all these border disputes so high up in the mountain. So they are actually not doing any battle or anything. They are just sending a message. Now on the other hand, even if somebody has to go on war, the war plan has to be planned in such a way that there is a clear objective. So Chinese have a clear objective and they also have a war plan. And so is India. So India has a very clear objective and they are also having a war plan. So the war plan is not something that, hey, I pick up my gun and go into battle, kill few Chinese and that's it. I have got. The war plan is always made keeping an objective in mind. And if the objective is not met, that means you have lost the war itself. That is when the battles are lost, when the wars are lost, is because of these issues. So I think that both countries have their war plan laid out and they are working on plan. So it's not that somebody has to go and show bravado because it's not going to yield anything without an objective in mind. So the China has a war machinery which is at work. They have a clear objective in mind, that is they are sending a message to different parties, different countries. They got major differences with India with regard to business because all the business is now ready to come out of China and get into countries like India, Malaysia, Vietnam, etc. in probably United States as well. So having made that point, when I say war plan, the war plan is also has propaganda machinery as part of the propaganda machinery as part of the plan itself.
And China being a communist party ruled country, right from last 100 years we have seen that the communism comes with a huge amount of propaganda. So there is already a built-in mechanism to do propaganda, as what is happening right now. They're holding ground, Indians are holding ground, not even an inch of land is exchanged between them. And there is a propaganda which is going on. The propaganda is that we are the big boys in this region. If you want something, come and talk to us and not to India. Second, they are sending a message, very aggressive message, just like they have done in the South China Sea. They are also raking up issues with Taiwan. They are also raking up issues with Hong Kong. They are having a border dispute with Vietnam, and so on and so forth. So I think they are actually heating up all these issues because they know that um, it's a message they are trying to send, and they don't want to change the geopolitical situation which is prevailing right now, and they don't want India to become important in the scheme of things. So this whole invasion sorts of on India is part of propaganda. That is what I wanted to bring to you today. And to the situation which is happening at Galwan Valley, this is where the standoff between India and China is unfolding. So this is a valley which is on the east of a state in India called Ladakh. And as you can see, these are all pictures which are freely available, taken by the private satellites. You can see that you can make out who's sitting where. So you can make out the Indians have this equipment, so many soldiers. In fact, the images are so clear, you can actually count the structures which are there in this valley area. And on the Chinese side, the same thing. They have heavy earth moving machines, they have heavy machinery, they have a lot of soldiers, ambulances, and all that. So all this is an open. And as you can see in these pictures which I downloaded from the net, there is no water in this river. So that means somebody has diverted the water. So it must be Chinese or India. I don't know what are the facts around it. So I don't want to make any comment on that. But the water in the river is not there. It has been diverted so that people can come and occupy these places. So there is one side of the river in Galwan Valley is India, other side is China, and they are sitting in front of each other. Now the whole point is, if China is trying to have a fight with India, then why they are doing it openly in today's world, where you can watch every move your opponent makes via satellite and also via aeroplane, reconnaissance sorties, and eyes on the ground. So you know exactly, everybody is watching you. There is enough intelligence built in with India and also with China. They can watch every move that we make, and we can watch every move they make. So why keep things in open, right? It's like this: if India wants to bomb them, here it is, it's a very juicy target, come and bomb us. So it's like that. So I think that is why I'm saying, I'm going back to my previous point, that whatever China is doing is part of a big propaganda machine. They are just saying that, hey, here we are, showing their muscle, and they are not showing muscle to India alone. They are showing to the world that here we are, do what you want, we are going to do this. But India is stopping them. So this is what I wanted to bring to you, that whatever happens between India and China, it's all fronts are open. It's not only military fronts. There are fronts which are related to propaganda. There is a machinery which is at work. The people who are on the left and ultra left side, they are building a narrative across all countries. So that kind of a lobbying is going on. Twitter wars are going on. There is a Twitterites are going, berserk, talking about different things and all that. Nutshell, my thinking is that no country can afford a war, because the war, if the country has a war between countries like India and China, there will be no result out of it, because both countries are equally comparable, capable,
and they cannot be won over, or you cannot just do come and kill everybody and acquire the land. It's not going to happen. So I don't think there is going to be any big war between India and China, but I think there's going to be a big propaganda war which will continue for some more time. So friends, this is my analysis of the situation. I look forward to your comments, and also if you like this video and what I have told you with facts, do write to me. I will respond to you as quickly as possible. See you until next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business, by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller, or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is, the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails, by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. Um, you can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to uh, your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitish Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And he has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training a lot of professionals like IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitish. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, I'm very well. Good to talk to you always and ready for another verbal duel with you.
Yes, Sitish, we have been doing communication and critical thinking subjects. And when we talk about communication, there's a very interesting topic which is called visual communication. Now, when we talk about visual communication, there are gestures, there are eye contact, the way you present yourself is a very critical aspect of the personality of any professional. And you can leave the profession, even every individual should have these kind of good communication parameters to really get success in the life. So I would like to hear your views on that.
Kanchan, visual communication is something that is most profound way of communication, because one, it is said in very less words and more in pictures, diagrams, observations of motion graphics, or some kind of graphical representations, illustrations, supporting text, data visualization, and nowadays animation. So visual communication is something that has its base in that particular phrase, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now I don't know, please don't ask me where that 1,000 words measurement came from. And probably that was much before the digitized stuff was around. So probably that 1,000 can become 10,000 now. So visual communication is a very core important message that is used in every place, in our schooling system, in our higher secondary education, corporate side, and we see that it is important to talk in terms of diagrams, presentations with visualizations and animations, because for one reason, the word is not sufficient. The word that me and you speak or write is not sufficient, and therefore we need to depend on the visualization part of it. And ultimately, the whole aim is to convey the message across to the audience. The audience, for that particular reason why they are there. Now, there has to be then a good mix of